Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My name is Alex Troller, and I am a senior environmental scientist for the Department of Toxic Control. On behalf of the department, thank you for taking the time to be here today. I'm going to be handling the public comment portion of today's meeting. And today's Green Ribbon Science panel is subject to the Bagley Clean Open Meeting Act, which preserves the public transparency of the panel's discussions and decisions. As a reminder, to comply with this act, we ask that panel members refrain from discussing the agenda topics outside of today's meeting. Before we get started, we have a few housekeeping items to take note of. So right now, if you wouldn't mind looking for 2 exits out of this room in the case that we need to evacuate. We have 2.
The easy task over there.
Yes, there we go. If you do need to evacuate, please bring your valuables with you. And once leaving the room, don't use the elevators, but take the stairs. And if we need to evacuate the building entirely, please start heading towards the relocation site, which is located across the street at Cesar Chavez Park. As far as restrooms go, the men's restroom is right outside this room, and the women's restrooms are located at the end of each adjacent hallway, as well as a water fountain down to the right. I think that's it for housekeeping. So with that, I would like to pass it off to Katie Butler, the director of DTSC, for some opening remarks. And she will be followed by Robin and Jensen.
Thank you, Alex. It's great to see everyone this morning. Welcome. My name's Katie Butler. As Alex mentioned, I have the privilege of leading the Department of Toxic Substances Control as the newly appointed director. Great to see all of you here today. I know many of you traveled from quite a distance, and you are spending your time with us over the next couple days, lending your expertise to advise us in the Safer Consumer Products Program on some really complex and interesting topics. And this is the first time that I have been, given the privilege of joining you all. Before I was director, I served as the deputy director of our department's hazardous waste management program. And my focus there was really to build stronger relationships with our community partners, the regulated industry, academia, to be solution-oriented and tackle some of these newer environmental problems in the hazardous waste world. And so I'm bringing that lens now to my work as a director of the whole department. I want to continue to build relationships, leverage our collaborations to be, a stronger, innovative DTSC. I'm also very interested in prioritizing enforcement. That's the background I came from. I was at Los Angeles County Health Department doing environmental enforcement at a local level, and then brought that experience to the state. So we're really looking at ways across the department how to, have efficient, effective systems for compliance, which is a newer space for us at SCP. But I think we have a lot of opportunities to learn from other parts of the program. We have staff who've, been here for 30 plus years and can lend their enforcement experience to this program as well. So since I'm the new kid on the block, I'll share a little bit about my personal background. I grew up in Southern California, in San Diego. I got my master's in public health, in epidemiology, and then was a practicing toxicologist for the first part of my career. Did a lot of health risk assessments, pharmaceutical toxicology assessments, and then went to work for the public health department in LA County. And that's where I led many multi-agency enforcement initiatives targeted on industry in our environmental justice communities to protect our most vulnerable here in Los Angeles County. And then really happy that journey led me to the state and I've been here for almost 2 years now. So a short time, but DTSC is a place that I've always looked up to in my career because of the many brilliant, experienced scientists we have. And especially now in this time where we're, experiencing a change in the federal administration, I see even a greater opportunity now for California to lead the way, to stay strong in our principles of environmental protection. And so looking forward to doing that as we move forward. It's also an exciting time to be at DTSC. Since reform, our department has been given more resources. That's allowed us to build more capacity and strength in all of our service areas. And particularly this meeting agenda for Safer Consumer Products program, I think, is evidence of that growth. How we're exploring pathways to innovating safer products outside of regulatory efforts, integrating new approaches, methodologies into our hazard assessment, and also reflecting on our lessons learned in alternative analysis to prevent unfortunate substitutions. Providing updates on compliance and enforcement activities, I know, is also on the agenda. So I'm happy to see that. I know the news yesterday from EPA on TCE and PCE is certainly a victory for public health and the environment. But I also think it's a reminder to all of us on how long some of these endeavors can take. And, it's part of the system that we're operating in. But I know for some of us working in this space, those decisions on PCE and TCE were 30, 40 years in the making. And so I just challenge all of us to really take a public health precautionary lens to all the work we do, so that we can anticipate what we may be cleaning up 50 years down the road at our brownfield sites, and prevent those kinds of chemicals from even getting into our environment in the first place. So thank you to our SCP team. Thank you to all of you for putting this meeting together. I know a lot of work goes on behind the scenes, especially Kyle, Lynn, Anella, all of your work. I know this is quite a production. So I'm very happy to turn it over to our Deputy Director of SCP, Robin Christensen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Katie. It's always a pleasure hearing you speak. And I always get a little bit inspired hearing about you and your background and your public health lens that you're bringing to bear on the department here. So good morning, panel, and good morning, everyone. My name is Robin Christensen. I am the still fairly new Deputy Director of the Safer Consumer Products Program, and I have the pleasure of providing our program update here today. So here is our 4-step Safer Consumer Products framework, which nearly everybody in the room has probably seen multiple times before. Our candidate chemicals list provides the menu of chemicals identified as a potential concern. Our priority product stage involves the evaluation of those chemicals in the context of our priority products. And then once a product is regulated as a priority product, the responsibility then shifts to the manufacturer for the alternatives analysis stage. And tomorrow you will hear quite a bit about our work at this stage, and as well as our 4th stage, regulatory response, which includes compliance and enforcement. I wanted to give you a high-level overview of the concurrent work that this team is working on. This doesn't include all projects at all stages of development, but it does include many of those projects that are nearing key milestones on the SCP timeline. Panel, Some of you have been part of the GRSP since our very beginning, and you know that a lot of our first years were spent forming the program itself, establishing our regulations. And at that point in time, our pace was approximately one priority product per year for quite a while. Then in 2022, as referenced by Katie, we had a major expansion of our program, and we received 37 additional positions to help to support this program's growth. Last year was spent primarily focused on hiring, and there were major efforts underway to bring in many of the new faces that you see in this room and next door in the training room. And this year we are laser focused on reaching our goal of listing more priority products. We are well on track to initiate or adopt 5 rulemaking packages this fiscal year. And I have to give it up to the team because they're doing all of this work while they are also thinking about the next set of priority products that enter the pipeline. They're doing all of this work while they are conducting alternatives analyses on the products that have already made it past the priority product listing. And they're also doing this work concurrent to the compliance and enforcement efforts that are underway in our regulatory response column. Before I transition off this slide, I also want to direct your attention to the increasing pace at which we're working here. As you'll hear tomorrow, we're already conducting compliance efforts for products that were listed in just the past 2 years. And I'm thinking specifically of some of these compliance efforts around PFAS in carpets and rugs, which was listed in 2021, PFAS in treatments for converted textiles or leathers in 2022, and toluene in nail products in 2023. So the next several slides are going to provide some updates on our current progress since we last met and a preview for some upcoming actions. I'm going to move fairly quickly through these updates in the interest of time. At the prior GRSP meeting, Andre had introduced our 8th priority product, laundry detergents containing non-phenol oxalates. These regulations are now effective and the team has received notifications for 10 products. Manufacturers will have the opportunity to remove the chemical, to remove the product, or to move into the alternatives analysis stage. And SCP's next step for us is to be thinking about our compliance and enforcement efforts in this area. Just last month, we initiated rulemaking for nail products containing methyl methacrylate. The scope of this regulation includes nail coatings and artificial nails. And the regulation establishes an alternatives analysis threshold for MMA in nail products of 1,000 parts per million. We're currently in a public comment period, which closes on Monday, December 16th, and we are on track for these regulations to go into effect next year. The next 4 slides here represent a snapshot of some of the pre-regulatory research that we do. So there is a caveat that these are at different stages of development and they're also on slightly different timelines. But these 4 are likely going to be the next priority product chemical profiles and potential priority product listings that you will see in our future. So we held a workshop for nail products containing triphenyl phosphate in September of this year. Triphenyl phosphate is added to nail coatings in order to make them more durable, more flexible. And it is toxic. It may be toxic to the liver, to the reproductive system, and to the nervous system. Our team is currently working to finalize this profile, which involves integrating and considering the public comment that was received, as well as an external scientific peer review process. Just last week, we held a workshop for cleaning products with hydrofluoric acid, which is acutely toxic and can cause significant harm, including tissue damage and death. Given the extreme hazards of hydrofluoric acid in combination with the wide availability of safer alternatives, we opted to move quite quickly in proposing this product chemical combination as a priority product. This draft profile was released in October and public comment closes on December 19th. At last summer's GRSP meeting, we announced the release of our product chemical profile for 1,4-dioxane in cleaning and personal care products. 1,4-dioxane is a persistent, mobile, and toxic chemical that is a possible carcinogen. It is soluble in water and it ends up in our drinking water and wastewater. 1,4-dioxane is not intentionally added, rather it is a contaminant that is produced as part of the manufacturing process. This draft profile was released in October and the public comment closes on December 19th. And at last summer's GRSP meeting, we also announced the release of our product chemical profile. Our background document on candidate chemicals and artificial turf. Our next step here is to release our draft product chemical profile for PFAS and artificial turf, specifically the fibers in the back. We also released and finalized our priority product work plan for 2024 through 2026. And 4 of the product categories herein are carried over, mostly unchanged from the prior work plan. This includes beauty, personal care, and hygiene products, cleaning products, building products and materials, and children's products. We also added 2 new products that we have done some preliminary research on, including paints and products that contain or generate microplastics. There were also 6 additional product categories that we may begin to evaluate in the future. Looking forward, we have 2 upcoming workshops. Just next week, we will be holding a workshop on propylparaben and butylparaben and skin-applied leave-on products. And next month, we will be holding a workshop on QAPs, or quaternary ammonium compounds, and cleaning products and for beauty, personal care, and hygiene products. So SCP is very busy. I am being briefed by staff on new products, new research, new recommendations, and new decisions just about every week at this point in time. Our SCP newsletter and our quarterly timeline provide regular updates to interested parties in the public. And from our website, dtsc.ca.gov/SCP, members of the public can sign up for our electronic mailing list to follow along with our progress. In our last newsletter, which you can see here on the slide, we provided an overview of 3 new bills that were signed into law this year in California. These new mandates provide DTSC with the authority to implement compliance and enforcement bans relating to new and existing product chemical bans. AB 347 provides DTSC with the authority to implement and enforce existing laws that prohibit juvenile products, textiles, and food packaging containing PFAS from being sold in California. AB 2515 bans PFAS in menstrual products manufactured, distributed, and sold in California. And finally, SB 1266 bans the manufacture, sale, and distribution of a wide range of products intended for juveniles that contain any form of bisphenol. Now, these 3 laws are separate and distinct from the SCP program's framework. So, of course, our team will be lending their expertise in consumer products as we start to implement these new authorities. We are very much in the planning stages for thinking through how these new authorities will be rolled out within DTSC, so I expect to have additional updates in the future. And now I want to acknowledge some recent changes in staffing. Specifically, a few noteworthy retirements. So Carl Palmer, as you know, retired last year. His contributions and imprint on this program cannot be underestimated. And I really want to also thank and acknowledge Andre for serving as acting deputy director in the meantime. And then at the end of September, we also said farewell to DTSC's longest serving director and SCP alumna, Meredith Williams. Meredith has been a transformational leader for DTSC and also for SCP. And I know firsthand, because I am one of these people, that she is the reason that many of us are here. And then a roller coaster of emotions for many of us here. 1 month later, Nancy Ostrom also retired. Nancy Ostrom was manager of our regulations and policy branch, and she was a longstanding state civil servant, and she has been just an absolute key part of SCP, central to our program, to our team culture, and to the formation of our foundation. So retirements are absolutely bittersweet, and we're thrilled for our colleagues, of course. This is a picture that they have sent from their lovely retirement, surfing and enjoying the sun on the beach. But SCP is really fortunate to have strong staff retention. So when people start working here, they tend to stay. And following our hiring efforts that the team did well before I got here, we are now left with just 7 vacancies, which is less than 10% vacancy rate. I don't know how that compares outside of government, but I can tell you that that is very good within government to have a vacancy rate this low. And it is a testament to how we retain strong staff and our culture that we built here at SCP. So despite some of these changes in leadership, there is quite a bit of continuity throughout the change. Our mission statement remains the same. Our vision remains true. And as we're looking ahead into 2025, we are now faced with a new strategic question. How might SCP optimize our resources in order to maximize the protection of Californians and the planet? And this is what we're grappling with over the next few months, particularly as we're looking ahead and thinking about how California can lead the way. And I want to thank you, and I think we have a little bit of time for questions.
Questions for Robin? Please feel free. Go ahead.
Not so much a question, but just wanted to reemphasize your thoughts, in terms of Meredith, Carl, and Nancy. I mean, they were just amazing in the whole time. But Kelly and I have served on the board since 2009. So just want to acknowledge their significant contribution to safer and sustainable chemistry.
And I'll add on to that. We've gotten to acknowledge as a group, Carl, and I know Meredith has really appreciated the department's efforts and everyone's acknowledgement of her leadership first, both for SCP and for the department. I was unaware of Nancy's retirement, as she's been a rock. I've worked with her since it was the pollution prevention program, and we had the pollution prevention advisory committee that met in this room. It was a much smaller group, and she's just an amazing human being. And I'm so grateful for her for coming to public service, staying with it. She took a sabbatical and came back and committed herself again to the state and to this program. I also think that what she's transferred to the staff is also really amazing. So I want to thank you and the team for sticking with our program. And it is such an honor to be here to support you through the next generation of work.
Is our volume okay? This is the first time we've done non-microphones, so.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Okay, good. Because I was actually afraid that I would have very tough sets of questions. Reassured me it's friendly fire. Thank you for the warm welcome, panel, and I welcome you guys here today. I'm looking forward to working with you all.
I think with that, we can pass it off to you, Mike, for opening remarks and roll call.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, let's scratch your throat here. To start out, as you notice, we don't have everyone in the room today. We are assured that is fine. We have our quorum, and there's new regulations in place that allow us to operate this way. So what I have seen on screen so far, just so I'm clear, is that we've got Jack, Emma, Molly, and Lane on the panel, all joining remotely at this point. I've got some instructions for those of you on Zoom that you've heard before, but I'm going to go over them again. please try and keep yourself muted while you're not actively speaking, if you would, to try and reduce background noise for everyone. Second, at our in-person meetings, such as this, what we have traditionally done, and I don't know if it was Kelly and Art that instituted this or what, but when we come to rounds where the panel is being asked to comment, so that I can try and keep track, is put your name cards up like this, so I know. I will do my best to keep track of everyone. But because there are so many in the virtual meeting, the easiest way to keep track of you is if you would raise your virtual hand. And I will try. Oh, Suzanne is here now as well. Great. Let me write myself a note. I'm old. I need to do that to remember things. Raise your virtual hand and we'll try and keep track of you and try and keep it in order. I will not guarantee my ability to do that. Staff here is going to help me do that. But we'll get to everyone who wants to comment. Our order might just be shifted because I might see the place cards go up first. So that's on me. My apologies. So to do that, at the bottom right of your screen, you will see a button that says raise hand. That's apparently all you need to do. But then once you're called on, do remember to unmute yourself so that we can hear what you're going to say. When you're finished, do please remute that microphone and lower your hand. Again, lots of rules, but it just makes things go easier. And please reserve the use of the chat function for technical issues with the meeting, not to comment around the meeting. This is a public meeting and we need to make sure that everyone can hear any comments that are related to the topics. Again, apologies that things might not go as smoothly. Molly is not here, and Molly plays a very vital role to keeping me in line and keeping things going. Molly did take sick, so I'm not sure how much she's going to talk, so I'm not going to try and force that on her unless she raises her hand. But I'm glad she can participate remotely. And I just want to mention, this is a very packed meeting. The staff had a lot of things they wanted to hear about, a lot of very interesting topics. They actually took some out, so I think they have started for our next meeting getting ready. We will try and keep on time. We are gifted with a few minutes extra right now. We're a little bit early, so that's a good thing. But I just wanted to comment how impressive it is. I know how busy the staff here working on the program is, all the things that they accomplish. It's amazing what is accomplished within the program. But when I was on the panel, and I'm new as co-chair, Kelly and Art did it for a long time and they made it so seamless and smooth. But there is a lot of time that the staff spends preparing and then informing the co-chairs and then going back and doing more work. The staff puts a whole lot of effort into getting this meeting ready and queuing information and queuing topics for us and the questions that will mean the most to them. Part of what we went through is they had a whole lot of questions this time, and we filtered that down to try and be prioritized question-wise so that we could get everyone's comments. And the reason the staff makes the time to do this is they find a lot of value into what all of you have to say. The staff listens to the comments from the panel and they implement, they take actions on it, they ruminate over it, and it becomes a seed for them to move forward. So as the staff said, how much they appreciate the panel doing this, it's just obvious to me, not just now in them saying it, but the actions they take to prepare for these meetings and get the most value out of our time because they know that we're contributing it. We're not part of the staff. So to them, this is meaningful. So please do feel free to speak up, speak your mind, give them as much information as possible. This time around, we had some comments last time that people wanted a beefier background document. And we wanted to try and balance that with the staff is busy. They know all this stuff. They're just brilliant. They know all this stuff and we know a lot of it too, but the background helps us to know what they're targeting. So we did work with them to kind of balance how much they were going to put in that background document so that they weren't keeping all of you reading for days and days and days on end, but to give you enough so that you could have some meaningful information before you were asked to comment on things. You will see a lot of information in the presentations, so keep that in mind as well as the background document as we speak through things. But again, I just appreciate all of you being here. I appreciate the staff. I'm looking forward to a really good full meeting. And we will keep our fingers crossed that we don't have an earthquake or something to disrupt us. I think we got that out of the way yesterday. So no natural disasters, no evacuations. I think that's only happened once that I remember that we had to clear the building during a panel meeting. So hopefully things go smoothly. Just look and see if Molly does want to say anything before I keep going. Nope. Okay, thank you, Molly. I do like having the screens right in front of me. Thank you. So what I'd like to do now is, before we do our roll call, is give Heather and Mateo, our two newest panelists, a chance to introduce themselves. And I will try not to butcher any names. Those were pretty easy ones for me. So Heather, if you want to just take a chance to introduce yourself to the panel, to the staff, and welcome to the panel.
Thank you. So hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Heather McKenney. I'm currently the Science and Safer Chemistry lead at Chem Forward, which is a nonprofit organization that bridges the gap of chemical hazard data to folks who apply it. So businesses, regulators, et cetera, who might be interested in full chemical hazard assessments. Previous to that, I was at The Honest Company, which is a baby, beauty, personal care, cleaning, a little bit of everything manufacturer based in Los Angeles, California, where I led toxicology and product safety with dotted lines to the regulatory, legal, and quality teams. My background is I have a master's in public health in environmental health, where I focused on toxicology and health risk assessment. And I have a bachelor's of science in environmental science. So I'm very excited to be here. And I reside in Los Angeles, California. So just really honored to serve in the state that I live in. So I can pass it to Mateo.
Hi, everyone. Mateo Kausch. I'm also a California resident, live in Walnut Creek. I got my PhD in environmental science from the University of California at Berkeley. And that's also where I started working a bit on green chemistry. Was the technical director of Cradle to Cradle Certified for 8 years. And now I lead supply chain sustainability for Amazon Devices, which is the Amazon business that makes Amazon brand consumer electronics like Kindle.
Thank you. So next up, we're going to do a roll call, and we're going to do the room first, and then we will go to online. So why don't you get us started, Helen? We'll go around the table this way.
Hi, everybody. Helen Holder. I'm the chief technologist for a battery material company called Ionabel.
Julie Shannon, professor, Texas A&M University, Material Science and Engineering.
Yes, please.
Jen Jackson with the Safer Consumer Products Program.
Mike Carangelo with SC Johnson.
Robin Christensen, Safer Consumer Products Program.
Andre Algazi, Safer Consumer Products Program.
Hi, good morning. My name is Art Fong, and I'm the technical leader for Smarter Chemistry at Apple. I just want to add a special welcome to Mateo and to Heather. I've worked with both of them very closely in the last couple of years, and they're just amazing. So they're going to be able to add a lot to our panel. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Moran. I'm a senior scientist at the San Francisco Estuary Institute.
Hi, good morning. Hi, my name is Tim Malloy. I'm at UCLA. I'm in the School of Law, and I'm sorry I got here late.
So I'll just go by who I see on the screen. Lane, if you want to kick it off on screen.
Good morning, Elaine Cohen-Hubble with US EPA's Office of Research and Development, Center for Public Health and Environmental Assessment.
Thank you. Jack?
Good morning, Jack Leinard. I'm a regulatory consultant to the personal care industry.
Thank you. Molly, I don't know if you can speak or not.
Hi, everybody. Molly Jacobs. I'm Director of Applied Research at the University of Massachusetts Lowell. I'm so sorry I can't be with you all, but it's better for you all that I'm not. Mike, thank you so much for just steering the ship today, and looking forward to the conversation.
Then Emma from across the globe from us today, I believe.
Oh, no, I'm merely on the East Coast, but that's quite a ways. I think it's Suzanne that may be in another country. Good morning and good afternoon, everybody. Emma Lavoie. I'm a senior science advisor, also in the Office of Research and Development, Center for Public Health and Environmental Assessment. It's great to see you and participate today, especially because I was unable to join the summer meeting.
And then Suzanne, who I know is in Latin America.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Suzanne Brender. I'm in Chile for research sabbatical until March. So it's afternoon here, but really good to see everyone. I'm an associate professor at Oregon State University, and I am an ecotoxicologist.
I believe that is all the panel members online, correct? Okay, thank you.
I believe Jack was on also.
Jack went.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay. So next, and I will say I am terrible at digressing. That's one of the things that Molly helps keep me from doing. But I appreciate Art and Kelly both making some additional comments as they talk. People are welcome to do that. If I seem like I'm trying to be brief, I'm just trying to be focused and not digress myself. It doesn't mean you guys can't digress. You know, I will gabble somehow, and if I think you're taking too long, but please feel free to contribute things like that because I think it is important. So, reviewing the agenda here, the meeting is going to follow a hybrid format. Let's see. I will go up here. So, agenda-wise, yep, I was just going to read it off the screen. So you're gonna make me switch to a different part of my progressives here. So agenda-wise, we're gonna hit public comment period next. See if the public has any comments. Then we're gonna get into the definition of safer in the context of alternatives analysis. So what you're going to see throughout this agenda is that we have a wide variety of topics. Some of it is a bit softer and some of it's a bit more technical. We tried to disperse it throughout, just to keep it interesting. For each of our topics, we will have a set of questions. What we're going to try and do, and we did, as I said, weed those down a bit so that you're not getting 16 questions per topic because I know it's hard to focus then. So we have prioritized our questions. We've got a limited number of questions. What we'll try and do, if you would, is we will try and hit each question individually instead of everyone trying to answer all the questions at once so that people can try and build off of each other. But if your comment has two of the questions and it's interrelated, again, we're not going to say, nope, sorry, you got to stop right now. If they're interrelated, please do comment on them at the same time, just let us know. But we'll try and go through each question to make sure we get that information off to staff. So after defining safer in the context of alternatives analysis, we're going to look towards supporting innovation and increasing demand for safer products. To try and get an idea of how does the department really key this up and make sure that it's not just them writing something down, but how do you get other people interested? And then move into incorporating new approach methods into the framework. Not doing the same thing all the time, but really getting different ways to look at something, get new information and build towards that. And that's going to end it for today. I think there's a lot to discuss there, so hopefully we'll be able to fit that in right. We'll see. We can always move things around. We can parking lot some items if we have to, but it should be an interesting agenda, and that will take us through today, which is a full day. We're going, I think, till 5. Then we will start tomorrow early. So in order to try and accommodate some travel schedules, the staff condensed some stuff tomorrow. We will start tomorrow at 8:30 instead of 9 o'clock. So please try and be on time. If you can't, we'll let you sneak in. Don't worry about it. But 8:30 is the planned start time. It's going to be another busy agenda on day 2. It does dovetail well into this. The public will get another chance to comment tomorrow, but then we're gonna hit some concrete stuff. We're gonna look at what the staff has learned with alternative assessments that have already been submitted, which really fits well with that whole first discussion we're going to have now. These two agendas are very intertwined. So, and we're going to look into compliance and enforcement, which we heard from Katie is a very key topic, something that is of great interest, and then get some more information on some of those new potential priority products and some of the ones that they've currently been working on, and really start to comment on that. And that will take us through noon. 12:30, so we plan to be done by 12:30 so that people can go catch flights as they need. Again, I think it's going to be an interesting meeting, but it's going to be hard to maybe keep us on time. So we'll do our best. See, they give me very complete notes here, so I keep looking down at them. So that's all I'm going to say about the agenda for now. So next up, we're going to have an opportunity to hear from the public. And I've already gone off topic because. So today we're going to break for lunch at noon. When we break for lunch, the meeting will stop. And then we're going to come back in the afternoon. But please remember, at lunch, I'm going to give you the message early, and I think Alex is going to give you the message. When we break, panel members, please do not talk about the topics. Anytime we're discussing these topics as a panel, we should do that in public. So lunch isn't a time for us to go off and have secret little discussions on the side about the topics. That's just time for us to relax and enjoy each other's company. Same would be for at dinner tonight. And then we will end at 5. There is dinner this evening, and then right now we will turn it over to public comment. So off to you, Alex.
Thank you. You made my job a little bit easier because I was going to remind everyone to please not discuss topics outside of this meeting. So, but yes, we are opening it up right now for public comment, and we ask that the comments are directed towards the panel members and that they're focused on agenda topics. There are 2 ways that you can comment. So either if you're tuning in remotely, please submit your comments to our Safer Consumer Products email address, which is on the screen. That is saferconsumerproducts@dtsc.ca.gov. And if you wouldn't mind adding a GRSP comment or question into the subject line so that we can flag those. Otherwise, if you are attending in person, we do have comment cards that are located in the back. Jiaying has them for us, and we will collect them and then they'll be read aloud. So for now, we're going to give a couple minutes, 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes. I'm going to be monitoring the SCP inbox for any questions there. So if you have anything, 2 to 3 minutes. All right, we're back. All right, no public comment. Do we have any cards? Nope. Alrighty, well then, I'm going to pass it back to you, Mike.
Great, thank you, Alex. Okay, so now we're going to start our series of presentations. It's interesting today because we're going to have presenters from outside staff and from outside the council or panel. They're going to be presenting online, but we're going to start out hearing from Jen Jackson, who's the head of the alternate analysis branch, and then Dr. Lauren Heine, who's co-founder of Chem Forward and a former panelist. So off to you, Jen. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. And again, a warm welcome to Mateo and Heather. Really excited to have you all. So I wanted to frame this up, and then I'm going to pass the baton to our guest speaker. So at SCP, we have been wrestling a little bit in the last few months about the concept of safer. And in our regulations, we have a definition for safer alternative, which is an alternative that in comparison with another product or product manufacturing process has reduced potential adverse impacts or potential exposures to the candidate chemical. And we also have a definition for alternative, which is the removal, reformulation, redesign to reduce potential adverse impacts or exposures. Sometimes it's a manufacturing process that might be changed, or the actual candidate chemical could be removed or replaced. So lots of different ways that can show up. But anything that does reduce that potential adverse impact or potential for exposure. But what we don't have is the safer part of safer alternatives. We don't have a definition for that. The regulations allow manufacturers to weigh trade-offs and then decide. So as Robin mentioned earlier, when a manufacturer gets to the alternatives analysis process, it's up to them to conduct that AA. And tomorrow we'll hear a lot more about lessons we're learning through a real alternatives analysis process with 6 PPDQ. Tom Bruton is going to be speaking on that. But it's up to the manufacturers currently in our regulations to make decisions and weigh the trade-offs between different chemicals that they may be pursuing or potentially engineering controls for the candidate chemical. And we don't have a baseline or any kind of minimum criteria for them. And so what that has generated is some concerns for us in the context of AA, but also talk a little bit more about writ large, perhaps beyond AA. So first, the keystone of the SCP program, the way it's different than pretty much any other program is that we're trying to avoid regrettable substitutes through the alternatives analysis process. And what we're seeing is that manufacturers often lack any understanding of what an AA is. And that's partly because it's a really new field. People in this room and people who are going to be speaking later have been part of developing that field and developing the community of practice and the standards for that. But we have manufacturers across the globe, many of whom have never heard of it, may not speak English, and so any kind of training or hand-holding that we do, they may not really get it. The other area is that as we talk to innovators, as we're embarking into the alternatives analysis process, innovators are really focused on function and performance. And that's always first in their minds. And so when we talk to them, we're like, oh, wow, you have some new chemical or some new process. That's really exciting. What are the hazards? And like bases, they often haven't done that work yet. And so we are wondering, and we wonder with you, if there might be minimum criteria that could help them balance trade-offs and balance that performance and function with safer. And maybe, hopefully, at some point in the near future, do those in tandem with each other, or at least very soon after performance and function, so that they don't get too far down a path that then once they think they have something great, they realize, oh, it's actually a regrettable substitute. The other area beyond alternative analysis is that with SB 502, we talked about that at our last meeting, that gave SCP new authority to skip the alternatives analysis process if there are already studies out there that show that there are safer alternatives. So it's up to SCP to decide if a study is worthy and to decide if those alternatives are actually safer, that we're not going to ourselves decide on, let's go down a new path with a new chemical and not really understand or have a good gauge of whether that truly is safer. So because of that, we asked one of the architects of many chemical hazard assessment tools and dashboards, Dr. Lauren Hine, to come speak today about what this community of practice, the community of practice around alternatives analysis and the development of safer chemicals, how we might be able to define safer and how others are doing it across the globe. So as you may know, probably everyone on the panel knows Dr. Lauren Hine, but for the public and for our staff who may not know her, she was the co-founder of Chem Forward, where Heather works. And she also was one of the architects of Green Screen. She developed Clean Ingredients, which was a collaboration between the Green Blue Institute and US EPA Safer Choice Program. She also founded Northwest Green Chemistry and the Zero Waste Alliance of Oregon. She is the founder, she's an inspiration, an innovator herself. And I am delighted to have her join us on Zoom. And very, very big welcome to Dr. Hine.
Thank you so much, Jen. It's really wonderful to see a number of friends and former colleagues. And welcome, Mateo and Heather. I know you both quite well, and I really know you will make fantastic contributions. Jen, can I advance these slides, or will you be advancing the slides on your end?
Do you want to give her permission? I think we're going to give you permission, Lauren, so you can steer.
So I should go from my own computer?
If that's easier for you, we can do it either way. What's preferable?
Would you mind doing it from your end?
I don't mind at all.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. Thanks, that's great. Many of you, as you know, I was a Green Ribbon Science member in the first cohort. And many of you have a great deal of expertise in what I'm going to present. And in fact, many of you have developed or created some of these programs. And so my goal is to pull together kind of a smorgasbord of ideas, frameworks, tools, to present to you to demonstrate things that point to safer chemicals and to safer formulated products. The presentation was shared with you earlier, and there were a number of links provided. So all of the topics presented have supporting resources, and I'm hoping you had a chance to take a look at some, maybe especially the publication by Marissa Smith et al. And Saskia was a co-author of that one. Next slide, please. So I'd like to talk about defining safer chemicals, and we'll touch on chemical hazard assessment, the US EPA Design for the Environment, formerly Safer Choice suite of tools and resources, some work by the OECD and the Washington Department of Ecology, and a couple of examples from corporate initiatives. I did not include the FMD program or the Safer Cleaners work of Apple, because you have on your panel Dr. Art Fong, who I'm hoping will be able to add to the discussion with some examples from Apple. So thank you, Art. And next slide, please. So Jen touched on a lot of this, but why should we set guidelines for safer chemicals? First of all, it can really be helpful for avoiding regrettable substitution. And in some cases, we want to make sure that the alternatives are, quote, safer enough. And incremental improvement may not be good enough to reduce the desirable amount of risk. This is a good thing for manufacturers because it can help them stay ahead of restricting regulations, help set targets for innovation, and help with managing trade-offs. If you know that something does achieve requirements for safer, then you can start trading off against life cycle impacts or performance impacts or whatever. But you don't want people trading off toxicity for, say, carbon. So, and it provides clear metrics for alternatives assessment because these tools have become more and more measurable. Next slide, please. This is a very busy slide, and I'm just going to highlight some milestones, but where we are today is a culmination of many things. At one time, back in the 90s, a shift in thinking began from focusing on what was bad to where we are today, which is an effort to focus on what is better. And from my perspective, a lot of this very early work started with MBDC and the cradle to cradle design. It also was the product of work from EPA, Paul Anastas, Clive Davies, Charlie Auer, David DiFiore. They recognize the importance of designing inherently safer products and processes. The work with EPA, Design for the Environment, led to the development of clean ingredients, safer choice, safer chemical ingredient list, and more. I know Emma Lavoie was there and will remember that history. What made focusing on better possible was the ability to classify chemical hazards. And so when the globally harmonized system in classification and labeling began 2003, and that is renewed every 2 years, that allowed for a more metrics-based approach to looking at hazards. This was integrated into the EPA Design for the Environment Alternatives Assessment partnerships. Around the same time, REACH was launched, Green Screen was launched. The EPA developed AA criteria for hazard evaluation and came forward in 2020, allowing people to compare chemicals based on their inherent hazards. And then today, we've got a history over, say, the last 10 years or so, or actually more than that, because Mary O'Brien's book was published in 2000. But a lot of work has been done to establish a framework for alternatives assessment, which includes this prior work on chemical hazard and safer chemicals. And there are a number of frameworks, as you all know, in the California Green Chemistry Initiative. So I just wanted to point out kind of the foundation of what came before. Next slide, please. Initially, when I thought about what drove people to move to safer alternatives, I thought about it as a stepwise product where first there's a chemical of concern and organizations work to eliminate that chemical. And then they're faced with the idea of making sure that the alternatives are safer. And then in the future, they only do proactive design, designing products de novo. But that's really not the case. What happens, in my view, is that many organizations are working on all three steps at the same time. And so they may be screening chemicals in their inventories for chemicals of high hazard and looking for prioritizing which ones they want to eliminate to reduce their business and health and regulatory risk. They're thinking about what's safer. Do they have sufficient data? And how do they avoid regrettable substitutions? Because I remember Helen years ago at HP discussing the cost of getting a chemical out of the supply chain was in the many millions of dollars, and you don't want to have to do that twice if you can avoid it. And then finally, in the proactive design, the safer chemical tools are just as useful because now you can use them from the start. It's a lot easier to design with green chemicals than it is to remove chemicals and replace them in existing products. And as we know through alternatives assessment, sustainable design is a lot more than just low hazard chemicals. It's about circularity and low exposure across the life cycle and social justice and more. Next slide, please. So this, again, is a slide mostly for your resource leader, but I wanted to give you some examples of how this approach might play out and what are some of the resources we know about that support each step. So for example, an example of a negative list might be the California candidate list or the REACH, European Union's SVHC, substances of very high concern, or ChemForward's Hazard Band F or Green Screen Benchmark 1, or the Washington Ecology and OECD minimum criteria. In a sense, these chemicals are, never safer. Of course, there may be exceptions, especially with form-specific chemicals. Tools that can support safer and are pending the application would be something like the EPA safer chemical list, especially the functional class criteria, which I'll mention. Green Screen, say benchmark 2, ChemForward, Hazard Band C. These chemicals are likely to be safer. Whether they're, quote, safer enough or not will depend on data gaps and exposure scenarios. And then finally, chemicals that perhaps are almost always safer. Of course, you still have to consider functional use. Water will kill you if you inhale enough of it. But there are positive lists. The EPA safer chemical ingredient lists that meet the master criteria, say, or use of chemicals on clean ingredients for cleaners, or chemicals on ChemForward with a B or Green Screen 3 or higher. Next slide, please. And I'll touch a little more on some of these. I wanted just to mention the importance of the globally harmonized system of classification and labeling, or GHS. It's really a significant program that, as I mentioned, really facilitated the development of chemical hazard assessment, or CHA. It allows us to classify hazards for physical hazards, human health hazards, and environmental hazards through a numerical system. For example, an H350 is a category 1, the highest hazard for cancer. An H351 would be a category 2. The 400s are for environmental hazards. GHS serves as the basis for all of the chemical hazard assessment programs, but it does not include certain key hazards such as persistence and bioaccumulation potential and endocrine disruption. So these systems need to add those endpoints and a means to classify them into the system that is primarily based on GHS. Next slide, please. So Green Screen leveraged the GHS system by taking these hazard classifications and grouping them, and then sort of like a sieving process, whereby, say, a chemical that is high for carcinogenicity, mutagenicity, reprodevelopmental toxicity, those are the, quote, group 1 humans, would fail the benchmark 1 criteria. Chemicals that have high persistence, bioaccumulation, potential toxicity would also fail benchmark 1 criteria. But if those classifications are low or moderate, say, or the endpoint is not one of the specified here, then the chemical hazard may pass the benchmark 1 and go on and be evaluated against the benchmark 2 criteria. And if it fails one of those criteria, then it would be a quote benchmark 2 chemical. If it doesn't fail, then it goes on to the benchmark 3s. So that's how the green screen benchmarking system works. Again, it's based on individual hazard classifications in alignment with authoritative priorities for what are more or less severe hazards, primarily CMRs, PBTs, PMTs, things like that. Next slide, please. Chem Forward takes a similar approach, but is based currently primarily on the cradle-to-cradle chemical rating system, which is also primarily based on GHS, and uses a system of A, B, C, D, F, and the highest scoring chemicals would have very low hazard across the board and very few data gaps, and therefore be of low risk. And then the most severe, the highest hazards would have any of those prioritized areas, very similar to green screen and the priorities in things like the safer choice criteria. Next slide, please. Chem Forward tries to leverage information and ratings from other systems. So there is, this slide shows how equivalency is defined in Chem Forward. So for example, a chemical can be a B based on the cradle-to-cradle rating of B or C/B. That'll be very familiar to Mateo. Or it could be an EPA skill, full green circle, or a green screen benchmark 3, that sort of thing. And it allows for an expansion of the number of chemicals that have actually been assessed, or an inclusion of an expanded number of chemicals that have been assessed. Next slide, please. So I was asked to just touch on how chemical hazard assessment methods deal with data gaps, environmental transformation products, and impurities. In both green screen and Chem Forward, if the data are really insufficient, the chemical cannot be given a rating. So it's given a benchmark U for insufficient data, or a hazard band U for, I guess it's uncertainty or insufficiency. In green screen, the chemical is rated first against the benchmarks and then against a set of data gap rules. And so a chemical might be a benchmark 3, but if it only meets the data requirements for benchmark 2, then that score is demoted to a benchmark 2 and appended with DG for data gap. So that tells you that the chemical would have been gotten a higher score if it didn't have key data gaps. In Chem Forward, it's similar in some ways, but basically the data gap rules, when there are certain data gaps in the system, and I don't have time to go into all the detail, these chemicals will be given a hazard band of C. And that indicates a moderate risk or uncertainty. Likewise, in green screen with environmental transformation products that are, quote, feasible and relevant meaning, say, combustion byproducts from dish soap are feasible, but they're not really relevant because that's not a common scenario. But feasible and relevant transformation products would be screened against list translator. If they are hazardous, then that also would drop the benchmark scores. So you might see something like a benchmark 2 TP for transformation product, or benchmark 1 TP. Chem Forward does not integrate environmental transformation products into the score, but the information on the transformation products is presented in a chemical properties tab, which I'll show you. So you can see what the pathways are, you can see what the transformation products are. And likewise with impurities, green screen does not address impurities in the chemical hazard assessment. If there is a green screen certification program, then impurities are addressed there. In Chem Forward, common impurities are also identified in the chemical properties tab. They're not part of the score. If the chemical is being evaluated as a trade name ingredient, then the impurities are considered and assessed as part of the trade name assessment. And I hope that's not confusing, but I'm happy to answer any questions on that one. Next slide, please. Here is what it looks like. Hopefully you can, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but you can see common impurities here. This is dimethicone. It says that D4 and D5 are present, less than 1%. And then down below, you can see what some of the environmental transformation products. Oh, thank you for the cursor. You can see the common name of the transformation product, the confidence, how that transformation product is generated, and then what are the relevant use or developed disposal stage where that transformation product might form. Next slide, please. So I am going to shift gears now from chemical hazard assessment to the EPA's Safer Choice program. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the safer chemical ingredient list and the criteria that are used for ingredients that are approved for the Safer Choice standard. Now, there are two types of criteria. Back in the day when these were being developed, we started by looking, say, at surfactants and identifying what are the discriminating features of a better surfactant or environmentally preferable surfactant versus one that's not. And so the surfactant criteria were developed as functional class criteria. The issues primarily were aquatic toxicity and degradability. And so the functional class criteria focus mostly on the discriminating criteria. It really wasn't expected that surfactants were going to be CMRs or PBTs and things like that. That wasn't considered the most important thing to look at. So we worked through surfactants and solvents and builders and chelators and fragrances, and then came to the place where a lot of the ingredients were used didn't really fit nicely into any functional class. They might be used for many purposes. They have a little fragrance. They're kind of have to help they're a co-solvent and they're emollient too. So that led to the development of the master criteria, which can be applied to any chemical for any application. So the EPA scale has a combination of functional class of chemicals on the scale that are evaluated either via the functional class or master criteria. Functional class criteria being best in class, master criteria being more comprehensive, addressing pretty much every hazard endpoint in GHS, plus the three I mentioned prior that are important for hazard assessment. Jen and I had a little bit of an exchange with Lauren Duffy and Clive at EPA, and you can get a rule of thumb that if a surfactant is listed on the EPA scale, it was probably run against the EPA surfactant criteria. If there's not a category that matches the criteria, you can assume it was run against the master criteria. But they are open to suggestions for how they might better communicate that. So if anyone has ideas, EPA is open to that. Next slide, please. I'd like to point out that the Safer Choice program did establish criteria, but does consider different exposure scenarios for the development of criteria for different applications. So let me try to explain what I mean. So in some cases, there were cleaners that were designed for direct release to the aquatic environment, say boat cleaners. And in that situation, because the effluent wasn't going through wastewater treatment or into any sort of treatment process, then there was concern that any aquatic toxicity would be more problematic. So for these type of products, EPA established that there had to be more biodegradability in the case of higher acute aquatic toxicity. So I'm just showing you this one because it shows how the Safer Choice program customized the hazard criteria based on the known use and exposure scenario for a particular product type. So it's a nice example of something that might be relevant to California. Next slide, please. This slide is touching a little more on the EPA skill, the safer chemical ingredient list. When you go to the website, you can see the functional use classes. Some of the chemicals are listed with multiple functions, as I mentioned. Green circles are verified to be of low concern based on both experimental and model data. Half circles are considered to be of low concern, but they might have some missing data, or maybe they use more model data than test data. Yellow triangle might be best in class, but there still might be some moderate hazard issues. And I believe the gray square is going away, but this again is a way of rating chemicals so that users can easily see which chemicals have made the skill and whether they're a green circle, yellow triangle, etc. Next slide, please. Clean ingredients builds from the skill. It actually came first, but it was redesigned to build from the skill. And clean ingredients is designed for trade name ingredients. So while a particular alkyl polyglucoside surfactant, say, will be on the skill, when it's actually sold as a trade name ingredient, it's probably that chemical plus water, possibly another surfactant and a preservative. So clean ingredients is a place where trade name ingredients for which all chemicals in the formulation have been evaluated and are known to meet the safer choice criteria live. And it's a really nice resource because suppliers can list their chemicals there. Cleaning product formulators can go there and select trade name ingredients and know that those ingredients are going to pass the safer choice standard. Theoretically, there may be a situation where there could be some sort of reactivity between two types of chemicals, and that would be captured, but I really don't know if that happens or ever has. So because these chemicals are pre-approved, essentially, it helps to reduce the cost and the time for safer choice certification. Theoretically, if you had every chemical on clean ingredients and you formulated a product and submitted it to EPA, you would be paying only for the audit and a few other things. It would make certification very inexpensive. And it's a nice way to line up the supply chain. Suppliers benefit, formulators benefit, they can achieve the safer choice label, and then they can get preferred purchasing at Target and Walmart and places like that, and EPA procurement as well. Next slide, please. I'm going to switch gears again here and talk about the OECD document. Molly Jacobs worked on this a lot, and this happened concurrently with the work of the ecology, Washington Department of Ecology's work on as well. And this report was designed to establish minimum criteria for defining a safer chemical for use in alternatives assessment. And it's not saying that the chemical is safer. It's saying that if a chemical does not meet the minimum requirements for safer, then it cannot be considered safer. That's really what it's saying. And there are two parts to it. The minimum criteria, if you don't meet the minimum criteria, then a chemical cannot be considered safer. And then it provides guidance on how you might use the rest of the hazard endpoints for evaluating chemicals to determine if they truly are safer for your intended application. And so it provides guidance and points to different hazard endpoints and potential levels that should be considered. But again, understanding that this is a customized situation where what's safer for one application may not be safer for another. Next slide, please. So this busy slide is taken directly from the report, and OECD criteria use two types of hazard screening criteria. One is a set of authoritative lists. So looking at this, the report recommends that if a chemical, say, is on this listed by the Stockholm Convention as a POP, it should never be considered a safer chemical. And here it includes the state of California Prop 65 list too, although there are some nuances in that. The moving beyond the minimum, which is that sort of the bespoke criteria for defining what is safer, the report offers another set of lists that should be considered, if relevant, to help alternatives assessor determine if a chemical is safer. Next slide, please. OECD also defines which GHS, primarily, hazard criteria should be considered and which ones should not be considered safer based on the minimum criteria. So chemicals should be evaluated for CMRs and acute toxicity and acute and chronic aquatic toxicity and flammability. But the OECD recommends that chemicals that are high for cancer, CMR, PBT, BPVBs, very persistent, very bioaccumulative substances should not be considered. They would fail the minimum criteria. Next slide, please. And then here is, these again are recommendations for endpoints to consider. The OECD does not say what the moving beyond the minimum criteria should be for specific applications. It just points to those endpoints that should be considered and offers some suggestions. But it's not a prescriptive thing as the minimum criteria are. Next slide, please. I'd like to touch a little bit on the Washington Department of Ecology, who great minds think alike and came up with similar thinking. They call it minimum and additional criteria. And so ecology, they define the minimum and additional criteria based on hazard classifications, primarily based on GHS. Interestingly, ecology does not specify the use of any one CHA methodology, but rather makes use of multiple GHS-based methodologies. So essentially, ecology defined their own criteria for what would not meet the minimum criteria for safer, and then looks at each of the existing CHA methods. It could be green screen, it could be ChemForward, it could be NHISA, which used to be called Cyvera Lens, and then demonstrates how to use those tools in support of ecology's criteria. And so again, they set data requirements for minimum criteria and and then recommend that users establish data requirements and hazard classification requirements for beyond the minimum or additional criteria. So again, this idea of establishing minimum criteria for safer, do alternatives pass that first hurdle? And if so, what additional criteria should be applied to this chemical for this product type? Next slide, please. I'm hoping you all have a chance, if you haven't already, to look at this paper by Marissa Smith and et al., including Saskia, so you can ask her about it this afternoon. A hazard-based framework for identifying safer alternatives to classes of chemicals, a case study on phthalates, where they looked at a large suite of orthophthalates primarily, screened them against the minimum criteria, and then screened additional, well, not just orthophthalates, sorry, there were other phthalates as well, because those were the ones that met the additional criteria. And so it was a really nice exercise in applying the criteria, in establishing additional criteria, and looking for truly safer alternatives. Next slide, please. This is just a real, I want to just make one point here. The GHS is extremely useful. When I was at Northwest Green Chemistry, we did an alternatives assessment on copper boat paint. And part of that assessment was to look at the hazards associated with various biocides. All of them had high acute aquatic toxicity based on GHS, chronic acute aquatic toxicity. They were all category 1 aquatic toxicants, but that category 1 could range from just barely, 0.1 part per million to 1 times 10 to the minus 10. And so there's a huge range. And yes, there is an M factor system that is part of the GHS, but the GHS alone would not do a great job discriminating between aquatic toxicants. Some of these were more biodegradable than others, so you could maybe think from that perspective. But again, you might need to go beyond just GHS classifications in some scenarios, as in the next slide, please, where ecology is becoming more nuanced in their criteria for the PPD alternatives. I took this from their report, which is cited at the end of this deck. And here they specify, they don't just say, oh, it can't be a category 1 aquatic toxicant. They actually specify that there must be data on acute aquatic toxicity for coho salmon and rainbow trout and 2 other trophic levels. They require that the alternatives have data on the toxicity of transformation products after exposure to ozone. And they actually set a limit on the acute toxicity lethal concentration LC50 values at greater than 0.1 part per million. So this is not to make a judgment of the credibility or not of these criteria, but to demonstrate how they became more nuanced and very specific about what they were looking for beyond the traditional chemical hazard assessment. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm gonna switch gears again. This is a smorgasbord, as I mentioned. So we're having little samples from all sorts of tasty programs. But here, I want to touch on some industry programs and want to remind folks that in industry, the concept of an ideal flame retardant is indeed fit for purpose, not toxic and controlled for risk and hazard, but it's also, there are other key attributes like it doesn't migrate out of finished products, it doesn't release toxic or corrosive gases in the case of a fire, doesn't impede recycling of materials, and it degrades in the environment, or it's neutral. So the toxicity is absolutely key, but not the only variable, which we understand well in the context of alternatives assessment. Next slide, please. So this is a program developed by the company ICL, who makes flame retardants. And I think what's outstanding here is that they develop criteria for hazard for flame retardants in this case that are simply not acceptable. And I think that's an interesting approach for a company. For the chemicals that pass those minimum, that is, in my mind, analogous to the minimum criteria. So they set minimum criteria. If they don't meet the minimum criteria, they are unacceptable. For those that are not unacceptable, they look at the hazard and the exposure through a set of criteria that you can learn more about by going to the link and the website. They do a balance. If something is low hazard and low potential for exposure, it's recommended. If it's low hazard but high potential for exposure, it may be acceptable. And likewise, if it's high hazard and very low exposure, it may be acceptable, but if it's high exposure, high hazard, it's not recommended. And I think this is just such a simple risk framework that it can be very useful and a little easier for people to comprehend in a simple matrix like this. Next slide. Here are some of the criteria. They look a whole lot like the green screen criteria. These are just the environmental criteria. So I have a feeling they may have taken those criteria from one of the leading CHA methods. Next slide, please. Clariant is a Swiss company that makes paints and coatings and also makes flame retardants. And in their program, it's called the PVP program, Product Value Portfolio Program. They evaluate their entire portfolio of products and evaluate them for pollution, circularity, climate, and toxicity. But what's interesting to me about their program is they set a minimum requirement for each of those circles. And then they look, or a sweet spot as described here. So they never trade off, say, toxicity for climate. Everything has to meet minimum requirements. And then once they've identified those products that achieve certain levels for each of these four pillars, then they can start trading off and identifying the more excellent products. Next slide, please. And here, Clariant, being European, they use a combination of GHS, and they prioritize those hazards. So the group 1 hazards, if you could go back, please, thanks. The group 1 hazards, say the category carcinogens, mutagens, reprotoxicants, the priority group ones, those are the ones that just really shouldn't be there at greater than 0.1%. in the product. And they also use the European CLP criteria with their recent criteria for persistent mobile toxic compounds and endocrine disruption in CLPs. That could be a nice resource for DTSC. They also use IARC as a definition. And so again, here they set the priority group 1 analogous to minimum criteria. The group 2s are less hazardous classifications, but they're allowed at slightly higher concentrations in the product. Next slide, please. So you can see this theme is being used in industry and in government and might be applicable to what California is trying to do. This slide is just to note that in developing criteria, what matters, which hazard endpoints are important, which classification levels, depends in part on the exposure and use scenarios. And EPA has a lot of wonderful tools and models to map exposure pathways. And that could be integrated into this as well. Next slide, please. So some recommendations for discussion. And I know there's a lot of information here, but I really just wanted to tee this up to let you guys do what you do best and really dig deep into some ideas and make great recommendations to DTSC. I think that California could propose minimum criteria to rule out alternatives that are not safer. What might be challenging, but I think important, would be to customize additional criteria, the beyond the minimum criteria, for specific product chemical combinations to make them bespoke for each product chemical combination. Maybe that's too much work, maybe not. Another scenario would be to use, say, the EPA mapping of exposure and to generalize it more. So products that maybe are inhaled, you would map out the exposure scenarios and then identify which hazard endpoints are most important and then set criteria based on that so that you wouldn't have to do it on every individual product chemical combination. I do think you'll need to use GHS-based or safer choice methods and criteria. As mentioned, GHS doesn't have every endpoint, so you'll need to go beyond that. I think you can look to the CLP criteria that Europe is just starting to implement for PMTs, persistent mobile toxic and endocrine disruptors. This may or may not be important to California, but I always found it with the chemical hazard assessment methods. Building on authoritative resources and precedent is a good way to start because you don't want to create more work for manufacturers if you don't have to. You want to build on what they already need to be doing or should be doing. And finally, remembering that safer chemicals are necessary but not sufficient for truly safe and sustainable products. So thank you very much. I hope I didn't take too long in this presentation, but I'm grateful for a little more time. Those are the resources, and I'm happy to take any burning questions, and I know we'll have a good discussion.
Thank you so much, Lauren. I'm going to suggest that we break for 10 minutes, and then it says around at 5:15, but let's do 10 because we went a little long, and come back at 7. Actually, I'm not sure what our schedule is supposed to say. Maybe Alex.
Yeah. Sorry, I went a little long.
No, you did a very good job.
10:55. Okay, 10:55. So let's come back at 10:55, and then we can take clarifying questions and then go through the charge questions we have to be on. Thank you so much, Lauren.
Okay, so we're moving to the discussion section. Remember, raise your hand on screen. I'm going to try and keep track of it. Please refer to the questions for the panel that were provided in the background document on page 3. We will allow, as long as Dr. Hine is still online, if you've got clarifying questions for her first, we will entertain those. So if you've got clarifying questions before we get to the charge questions, go ahead and let us know now. There was a lot of information in there, and I know she was trying to cut herself short at the end. So if you've got clarifying questions, please go ahead. And if not, try to watch the screen too. So if not, we will get right to the questions for the panel. And again, we're going to try and do these one at a time. But again, if you have comments that are related to multiple ones, go for it. The first question, so that everyone's on the same page here, is.
Would you like me to read it?
I've got different typing here than is up there.
It's slightly different.
Okay, it's just confused the old guy. Thanks a lot.
The sentence didn't start with the same word.
It's requested on safer, and when I say that, different folks from the manufacturing sector, innovators, they come to us and like, well, what criteria do you have? It's up to you. And so the question is, would it make sense for SCP to adopt such a definition? What are the advantages and disadvantages of doing so? And how might having a definition of safer affect the alternatives analysis reports we receive? If you can find that at all. I don't know, would it be helpful to go through all of the questions, do you think, Mike, or?
We can do it.
One by one?
One by one.
One by one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. See on screen. Okay, so I saw Helen first. So if you want to start us off, Helen?
I would love to do that. I do feel like I'm having a bit of a time warp here with Lauren as we did a lot of this architecture originally. So thank you, Lauren, for doing that. Very good overview of all those. Before we get into the technical, which I know we're all extremely interested to talk about, I really want to get us oriented on the question the nature of the question that we're actually trying to answer. Safer is not a technical question. It is a moral and ethical one. And it has to do with how do you resolve the priority of how different groups and types of systems are impacted. So it's just elaborate forms of the trolley problem, right? So just to make it more concrete, so let's just say we had a chemical that was negatively impacting 100,000 people a year, and we can eliminate it as long as 10 people who work at the factory that makes the alternative get exposed to something hazardous, right? So those are the kind of calculations or kind of decisions that you're making at the regulatory perspective, not at the responsible entity. We'll come back to that. But that's really the nature of what all of these approaches are trying to resolve. And I think that's important to remember that because each of the systems that were reviewed and SCP and so on are embodying a set of value judgments. So that's why every single credible alternatives assessment starts with scoping and values, because you want to set that out explicitly if you can before you're in the heat of trying to make a decision. Because you want to have clarity on what your prioritization is. And so we already do, to a certain extent, have that with the regulations because we've prioritized children's health, for example, right? That's a very common thing. And most jurisdictions around the world prioritize human health over aquatic and terrestrial mammals. Not everyone agrees with that, but that is a general commonality amongst jurisdictions. So I think that that's really a very important foundation to understand because when you're looking at creating a minimum set of criteria, what you're looking at is embodying your values in some set of rules or heuristics that are going to then translate into public policy. Okay, so so kind of that is the foundation. I would weigh in that as a practitioner, having a clear minimum is super helpful. Absolutely. And so I definitely support the concept of it and would just make sure that whatever those criteria are aligned to what we value as citizens of California and what we want that public policy to when it's enacted, result in. So I just wanted to get us oriented before we dig into the technical. I can't wait to talk about the technical either. But just remember that it's like when we're making decisions on how we're prioritizing or how we're defining good, better, best, or however we end up doing it, that's really what we're doing is articulating our morals.
Thank you. So on my list right now, I have Tim, then Kelly, then Emma, then Art. So Tim?
I'll go with your list, although I should say I don't think I was, but I'll just talk. Thank you. I really loved what you said, and I want to thank Lauren for that great introduction. So I have a bunch of different thoughts, but the one that's really kind of got me thinking is I think it would be helpful to talk a little bit about the purpose for which the definition would be put. And I mean, one way to think about that is, are you talking about identifying safer for purposes of screening things out of the analysis, which is part of what Lauren talked about? Or are you talking about safer as kind of one element of making the selection of the ultimate alternative you're going to use, right? So there's two ways, but I want to even get more technical and deeper down into like the purpose, which what's I'm wondering about is the term safer alternative, when is it relevant in the statute and in the regulations? So for example, I just took a quick skim of the regulations and I don't see any place, and I'm probably wrong about this, but let me just kind of maybe be a little provocative. It's not apparent to me there's any place where manufacturers are asked to identify quote unquote safer alternative. They're not asked to identify it. They're not asked to use that term to identify the alternatives they're going to look at. They're not asked to use that term to identify their selective alternative. In fact, the only place I can actually really see where it becomes, from a legal standpoint, particularly consequential, is when the department wants to ban the use of a material because there's a safer alternative. And then that term appears. It probably appears elsewhere too. So this isn't, but I'm just trying to like get this topic out on the table because I think it's important, right? Because I have very strong feelings about using minimum criteria for screening and using minimum criteria for later selection. And I hope we get to those. But I think as a framing issue, it would be super important to keep in mind when you're talking about creating a definition for safer alternative, it ought to be linked to what are the specific regulatory or statutory provisions that you're going to use that for. And I don't think there are very many, unless like what we're talking about is kind of changing some of the foundational aspects of the regs and the statute. And I didn't get that sense, that was like the undertaking, although there are some questions about moving away from the foundation. But so anyway, I just wanted to like say, can we be thinking about that as we go? Because for me, that it would be really important in deciding, what are the advantages and disadvantages? Like answering all these questions, I think depends on, well, what are we using the word for? Even deeper than just screening versus selection. Thanks.
Thank you. So I've now seen that Mateo and Molly also put their cards up, just so you know I've seen it. And Kelly's next.
Yeah. I guess I'm going to be more specific but also contextual. So I started by looking back at the law. So the staff report actually talked about the regs, but all of this stuff comes back to the law. And I noticed a couple things. One is that the law calls on the state to determine how best to limit exposure or reduce the level of hazard posed by a chemical concern. So we all kind of know that. It says that. There's a lot of definitions in the law. There is not a definition of safer. So, and I think that's deliberate. So that's actually one thing that for me that says, why would we do that at all? And all the, when I think about what it is we're trying to do here, my take is that defining safer, I don't think that's going to actually address the problem. So what I'm hearing is a lack of information to make the decision about whether something is safer. And some of that is policy, and some of that is data gaps, and some of that is just lack of knowledge and understanding of things like exposures. So it feels to me like Lauren shared a ton of information, and it feels to me like a really great path for the department would be to share this kind of information on its website, instead of trying to recreate the wheel and go through all the expense and arguments and all the other things to try to make some kind of definition. I think that's just really difficult to do generally. So I guess the bottom line is I would not support or recommend that the department define safer. However, I would encourage the department to make resources available so that entities can understand, what are the considerations. And Lauren mentioned some product specific thinking. And I think a lot of that is already there in the priority product profiles, what the exposure pathways and what's going on is there. I did really want my immediate reaction to the slides and what Lauren presented was just incredible. I saw her give a lot of this at the CTEC conference and the background information. really appreciate her incredible depth of experience and thought about the hazard side. It feels very thin on the exposure side. And the news this morning kind of reminded me how important the exposure side is. I don't know if folks saw, but there was an article in the newspaper about testing of PFAS in wells in agricultural areas in California. And they found PFAS in places where they weren't expecting it, in drinking water for homes and agricultural communities, where there's no known, firefighting foam or any of the other kind of sources, where you wouldn't expect the extensive consumer product use you see in cities that drives what we see in urban runoff, for example, of PFAS. And the suspicion is that the source could be, it's not clearly speculation at this point, but it could be associated with a municipal wastewater sludge being used as a fertilizer. So basically reuse of something that we would hope have value for that purpose, and instead seems to have caused pollution. And we know that it has caused pollution in other states. And so that's the really long pathway that people didn't even know about. We can and help people understand those pathways exist and get them to think them through as a state on an individual priority product basis. So it feels to me that part of SAFER is also exposure and helping people recognize and identify those pathways. And that's something I think the department has the skill set to do, and actually has been, I think, doing a mighty fine job of trying to raise exposure issues in its product programs. Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to go to Emma virtually next.
Hi, thank you. Well, I agree with Kelly. When I was looking at the material last night and I read this first charge questions, my immediate reaction was, well, SAFER needs to be defined in the context of the chemical and product combination. What is safer for one use may not be safer for another. I have some other thoughts I've noted in listening to Lauren's excellent presentation, which took me back a ways too, and listening to the discussion. Another thought about setting a definition is that it may set a bar for what is safer that actually limits the potential of a company to find something that's safest, or limits their innovation in thinking about what's safer. I do agree with Kelly about sharing information about how to think about what is safer, especially providing examples from prior projects or decisions by organizations to select an alternative. And I do think sharing the examples of the minimum requirements is a good way to help educate people in thinking about SAFER. But overall, I'm hesitant to define it. Thank you.
So my list now has Art, Mateo, Molly, Julie, and Elaine. And Julie was being tricky there, putting her thing down and back up, but I caught her. So Art, floor is yours.
Keeping you awake, Mark.
Yeah, well, first of all, in terms of what Emma was saying when she looked at the charge questions, when I saw the charge questions, I said, wow, there are a lot of charge questions. Which meant that I actually had to do some work for it. But I want to go back to the point about, that Helen and other members have made, and of course Lauren made, in terms of, safety being dependent on a number of diverse factors, including chemical hazard, exposure pathways, life cycle impact, and socioeconomic implications. One of the things I want to highlight is that these factors are often context dependent. So that leads to Emma's point about, so what that means is that they can vary by priority products, which means that the definition of safety for different priority products may be different. Just want to, again, touch on the recommendation that Kelly made about perhaps not recommending a definition of SAFER, which Emma also supported. But as part of the regulated community, one of the advantages of actually having a definition is that I think it enhances the stakeholders' confidence in in the safer consumer products programs decisions. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Bert. Mateo.
Yeah, and thanks, Lauren, for the great presentation. And, I also agree with pretty much everything panelists have said. Just kind of to the value of SAFER, I don't think this group or the staff should try to define it just for the sake of having a definition. Agree that most likely the value will be greatest if it can be specific to a product and a context. But I think at a high level, why there is value in trying to advance definitions of what might be safer is that this is a really complex aspect of sustainability where there's value judgment, there's all these different endpoints, and I think that the lack of kind of a North Star is something that has probably slowed progress on safer chemistry and certainly made it more difficult to communicate the value of what it is this organization is doing, that companies are trying to do. So it's very powerful that and perhaps it has to be specific to a given product, but if you can define that North Star and especially the state and DTSC has the opportunity to do it from a position of authority, it can help drive consensus and faster action. And so I think Lauren's presentation was great, showing sort of the overview of attempts that have been made where we have some substances that may be safer in almost all contexts. Others are probably never safer. And then there's sort of the messy middle where it really depends on the context. And then if, would encourage the staff to kind of look at all that and identify the places where, we can share the existing resource, but then also build on them to advance the definition of these North Stars that can catalyze action. There were examples for cleaning products, flame retardants. Can we build on that? Are there other areas that would benefit from specific definitions? So those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much. Molly next.
Thank you, Mike, and kudos, Lauren. Such a great presentation to set the stage for this conversation. I guess I wanted to start with being a little provocative around Tim's question about what is the question that we're trying to answer. And I think about this in the context of the current alternatives analysis process ongoing at DTSC with 6-PPD. So what if an RE comes back and says, hey, 7-PPD looks great, or is our preferred alternative? It's safer. But we see that 7-PPD has high GHS classification for reproductive toxicity. In that kind of case, I guess the question is, what does the program have authority over in making a determination from an RE's analysis that actually what you're saying is a safer alternative isn't really a safer alternative? So having some ability, some decision authority and criteria to back such decisions, I think would be helpful, because I think we're going to come across them. So that's one question. And I guess I'd like to hear how the program might respond to something like that in that situation without having criteria. To Helen's point about the values, that's absolutely the case. The OECD criteria in many cases are based on criteria that are used in the US in the EU to establish what's considered an SVHC. So these are regulatory values of what governments are upholding protections for public health, what they consider the most prioritized hazard endpoints for the protection of public health and the environment. And so those are embedded in current like regulatory statutes. And that's what OECD based its minimum on. It's what regulatory authorities are basing their guidance, their regulatory actions on. So I think that I think that's holds true in how we think about regulatory determinations as well. I feel like I'm a little bit beholden to want to see some sort of criteria be established, but at the same time, I'm hearing Emma, and I think it's true. What's safer for one, chemical product category is not going to be safer for all. So it's and the issue of a minimum stymieing innovation. Are we only going to select that which meets a minimum bar? I think can't be overlooked. So while I'm in agreement for some criteria, I'm not sure the minimum criteria is the best way to go about this. And maybe Tim in his decision making theory have other kind of frameworks that could be used in this case rather than minimum criteria.
Thank you, Molly. So now I have Julie's going to be next, and I've got Elaine, I've got Heather, I've got Kelly, now I've got Tim again. And I am aware of time, but we are touching on some of the other questions, so we're just going to keep rolling on with this. So Julie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I apologize for the back and forth with the whether I was ready to speak, but bouncing the ideas and thoughts that the others have said. And Lauren, it's good to see you. What a beautiful summary, also bringing back lots of memories and seeing where we've come from. And yet we still have a long way on the journey, I think, to figure out how to implement this in a broader way. I guess my conflict in going up and down was whether I think there should be a definition or not. I think I land on Art's point that having a definition of some kind, whether that's minimum criteria or not, or really just a clearer definition of what we mean by moving out on the envelope towards doing something better, even if it's not perfect, I think is useful. I think in practice, to Helen's point, and to all the years of doing green screens, I teach it to my students because I think they don't want to understand all of this. I mean, the reality is that the people in this room have such a good understanding of these trade-offs and these complex decisions. And the average engineer, chemist, scientist who's in the lab or in the company thinking about this new product, they do not understand 98% of this. And so giving them anything to help them stay away from what we know are really bad decisions. And I know, Lauren, you started with, we shouldn't be just telling them what are the bad things, help them figure out what are the better things. And that's really important, but there are bad things. And we know they're there, and there's people out there who have no background in toxicology or exposure or risk, and they don't know they're bad things. But yet there's things like lead that we do still use. I mean, everybody knows it's bad, but there are times when we need it. So how do you create those criteria and that balance? So I think that providing the tools and the resources are good, but most people who are in the place of making the decision of what's going to go in a product when they're first designing it will not understand any of those resources. They will not be able to use them unless there's a lot of guidance. So having something that helps them to say, no benchmark ones unless you absolutely need them. I mean, that I always remember when you said, yeah, we have this supply chain. We just tell them no benchmark ones, and they don't need to know why or what, just if it lands in benchmark one, it's a no, unless you can absolutely justify it. So I do think there's a value to providing something of that nature. But the problem then is like Lauren showed, they all land in benchmark 1. And how do you develop something with more resolution where you can actually say this one is indeed better than this one, and given that you need something. So I would be an advocate of defining SAFER in a definition way, not a criteria way. I would be in favor of thinking about identifying restricted substances or something that people just really should be thinking hard about. And the other one I like that Lauren presented was the very simple diagram of highly recommended, not recommended, and just not allowed, because that gives people the degree of freedom. And you might not want the not allowed unless because I'm not a fan of the bans, you just end up putting in something wrong. But I think that idea of helping in a very simple 2 or 3 level tier for them to think about it. And then you can look at the product specific nature and see whether or not there's a nuance that moves it into the, okay, it is better than anything else or worse than anything else. So those are my thoughts at this time.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to Elaine next.
Okay. So those were amazing points. So that might make what I have to say much shorter. Because I couldn't agree more. You have to give people something, and I think part of maybe what's overwhelming. You have interested parties here rather than just regulated entities. So I'm not. I guess maybe a clarifying question is, at what stage is this question of what constitutes SAFER, which I've heard that, kind of come up a couple of times too. I think too that, and I love Lauren's presentation. It's textbook. It's so amazing to have all the information in one place. But I keep trying to understand the regulation, not being a lawyer, but the definition of chemical and the definition of product, it's pretty broad, as somebody who, from my background, thinks of a chemical as a chemical. But so on the one hand, what the current kinds of guidance that could be offered are pretty specific to, swapping out particular chemicals. And if you are trying to evaluate alternatives, or you're trying to design, sort of innovate, and it's all about chemicals, even though this, what's kind of always been pretty compelling to me about the SCP is this combination of chemical product, which is the context that everybody keeps bringing up. But I'm wondering about the in the AA guidance, where you have people start out with identifying these potential factors, and if there's a way to use that in providing some of those values up front or together with the interested parties when you're working through these things at the early stages, as to SAFER means a focus on these potential factors, and where the potential factors have nice, these are bad and those are better, sets of information, great, and where people need to go other places, some additional guidelines or guidance there. But I think this idea that you are talking about these really complicated, the products themselves and the potential evaluation of those products and chemical combinations, it can be so overwhelming, and they're upfront in terms of scoping. What's that? What are those factors that would drive an understanding and an ability to sort of weight the trade-offs when you get to the end of the process. That's what I would advocate for.
Thank you, Elaine. We are going to go to Heather next.
Thanks, everybody. A lot of good points that I think many of us will probably make, so I'll try to be brief as well. But Tim, you had mentioned that when we're talking about defining safer, there's maybe two ways we are thinking about it, either as a screening criteria or to identify chemicals, to screen out chemicals or to screen in chemicals that might meet that definition of safer. And what I'm hearing over and over again is that there might be a minimum criteria that we tend to bucket together. So benchmark ones are really well aligned with the OECD minimum criteria, are really well aligned with a ChemForward F-word example. So I do see that there's a strong opportunity to define what a screen out criteria might be, to say at a certain point, the RE is either triggered to continue seeking for alternatives, right? Nothing actually screens out of that bucket, so continue seeking, or gather the information you need to justify the safe use of that chemical, versus you might be in this scenario in which the chemicals do not get screened out based on these minimum criteria. So I think that would be really helpful for manufacturers to know kind of if I hit a wall or not. Should I continue seeking, or do I have a potential alternative here that might meet that minimum criteria? The other thing that might be really helpful to consider here is defining a minimum data set for consideration, just the endpoints that are worth considering, those that you need to identify if there is a data gap or what data is available, so that folks are gathering all the information that they need up front, so then they can do that comparative hazard assessment. Stop there.
Thank you. Kelly.
Thanks. I put my flag up because I realized that there were some other things that I forgot to clarify. And one of them is really important. In the regulatory response section of the regs, it actually lays out some policy guidance for the state about making the regulatory response. And I actually think that's really important in defining the values and priorities of the state, and something that needs to be pointed to in all these conversations. And I think it's really lovely that the state did that. The legislation is lacking in this kind of guidance, and therefore, when folks are saying we need this, I'm like, well, we have something already adopted in the law to point to. And so that's, I guess I just want to say that's there. One of the things that is somewhere in here, and I couldn't find the line, is that you can't substitute one chemical of concern for another. So we already have the red list thing. So several folks have mentioned that already exists. So we don't have to repeat that, I guess I would just say. I also think that there have been some attempts to do product specific stuff. I'm particularly critical of the example from Washington, which talked for 6-PPDQ. Here are some things that we need, and they're focused totally on fish. So for me, that's an exposure mistake, because even though what drove the listing for those who don't know, 6-PPD, we're going to talk about this afternoon, creates in tires is an ozone protectant, and forms in part of one of the many environmental transformation products is 6-PPD quinone that's extremely toxic at incredibly tiny concentrations to coho salmon. It's also toxic to other salmonids, and there's still there's a growing body of evidence that there's some other potential for harm to other aquatic organisms. The other thing is happening, though, is that people are now realizing that everyone breathes tire particles, because there's a significant fraction of the total number of particles, if not of the volume of tires, that's in the PM 2.5 and smaller category. And so there's data starting to show exposures occurring to 6-PPD in humans all over the world, and some concern about the potential for harm to people. So all of this focus is on fish, but people are breathing that. I think that's kind of an important part of the decision making. And this is what I meant about exposure. The department, in saying, hey, here are some things that we need to think about, really needs to be raising, hey, there's this human exposure pathway that we're really concerned about. So we want to make sure that in addition to making the runoff that contains chemicals and particles and chemicals is putting in an aquatic ecosystem, that people are also safe from this chemical through the breathing pathway and dust, show the hand-to-mouth transfer that from the dust that's occurring for homes nearby. So, and eating, because it's getting taken up into food, but that's one that I can tell you all kinds of great things about 6-BPD quinone, and Ann Cooper and Kelly Grant can tell you more. Having the department say, hey, there's a bunch of exposure pathways, I think is something that is reasonable and feasible and is already something I think the department's doing. So it would be just growing that profile a little bit to better communicate that. The existing systems that we have, so if there was some other kind of no list, or yes list, I'm very concerned about the existing systems being pretty weak in the eco elements and also in the environmental transformation products. I think that Lauren did a good job of raising some of those things. But those over and over again in my professional experience have been really important. And then finally, I wanted to say one more thing about pathways because I forgot to say it when I mentioned the PFAS and agriculture example. Those PFAS in municipal wastewater sewage sludge are probably coming from households because that's, so SFPI just published a paper that documented that it appears that the primary source of PFAS into municipal wastewater treatment plants is from residential, so not from commercial or industrial discharges. So when we're thinking about consumer products and what makes a consumer product in a home safer, that pathway is actually, that what's happening out in wells and agricultural areas could be associated with products that you and I and all the rest of us are buying and using in our homes, or we're buying and using in our homes. So that pathway is long and convoluted, and most people just don't even think about it. And that's the kind of stuff that DTSC, I think, has the knowledge to share with folks and make sure it's considered. So, thanks.
Great. Thank you, Kelly. Tim. Thanks. These are all terrific comments. I wanted to go back now. I wanted to come back and talk about the minimum criteria and the definition and stuff, get a more focused response to that question. And so framing wise, so one, I would say I would stay away from trying to define safer because I don't think it has any function in the statute or the regulations really, and it would confuse things and I think some of our conversation reflects how the confusion that's sown by talking about it in a regulatory context. So let me just say, where is it used in the regs? Primarily is when DTSC has this authority to require the use of a safer alternative than the one that was selected by the manufacturer, like to Molly's point. And to me, there is a clear definition of that. It's like it's an alternative that has less hazard or exposure. That's the definition. And then the question becomes, well, how much? Under what circumstances should DTSC, step in? Because the safer alternative under the regulatory response would also have to be technically feasible and all these other things, right? So then the question is, well, how much better would it have to be for DTSC to use that authority? And I don't think DTSC should try to define that outside of the context of a specific case, because it's just inviting then strategic behavior by parties, and there's a lack of context for making the decision and the experience, and there's no need for it until there's a need to have that consideration. So I would say I don't think you need to define safer for that use. But I get that there are concerns from folks who are actually, on the ground trying to do AAs and make suggestions, their recommendations, and, the staff trying to make decisions. But I think those decisions are about two different things, kind of along the lines that I'll disagree slightly with Lauren about what I said. One is this question about screening out things from the AA consideration, right? And I think it would be a perfectly, appropriate exercise to maybe provide some criteria for things that are no-go. I mean, I don't know that you have to do that because as Lauren's presentation has shown, there's lots of examples of that. And maybe it's just sufficient to do what, how am I blanking Kelly. Okay, it's time for me to leave. Okay. So I think it'd be probably just as helpful to list all of those existing measures for minimum criteria, make them available as a resource, because there is a strong sense, and there was a strong sense from the start of this program years ago, that companies want to have the flexibility to like use their own tools and use their own, right? So I think that's a fine balance to say, but it wouldn't be horrible if DTSC developed their own set of minimum criteria. It seems like you have a lot of things to do, and I wouldn't put that on the top of the list given what's out there. Okay, so that's how I feel about minimum. But then what about the other place it comes up is like, it's kind of a throwback to the old Superfund question of how clean is clean. It's like, how safe is safe or safer, right? And this goes to this question of when you've got your set of alternatives and you're doing the comparison and you're selecting an alternative, how safe does it have to be? Like, how hard do we have to try? And I think the answer to that one is also already in the statute and the regs. And it's kind of a maximization concept that, you ought to pick the one that gives you the best balance of trade-offs. And I think it is dangerous to try to set a set of criteria for telling people what the best balance of trade-offs in a very contextual, value-based environment. It seems like it would. I don't know that it could be done. I think the best that could be done would be to provide a process for how to do that sort of evaluation, of which the existing guidance already does, and all the resources that are out there on decision making in these contexts are available. So I don't think there's more work to be done there that would be valuable use of the department's resources. Where I think it might be helpful is if we step back and think there are oftentimes simple cases that come up where perhaps suggested a set of decision trees or heuristics that could be used to simplify decision making as kind of examples and guidance might be more helpful to expand that. But I would not create a regulatory required or sanctioned heuristic or decision tree. I just think it is, if we take a lot of time to do well and feel comfortable that it's not over-inclusive or under-inclusive, and given the breadth of guidance that's out there and the sophistication of many of the parties who are advising manufacturers, I don't think it's really necessary. So for me, the trade-off here is that it would be to me, it seems like a high resource-intensive exercise to develop these sorts of definitions for regulatory purpose, that it could undermine some of the goals of those regulations, and that you could probably achieve the same level of outcome by providing perhaps more education and access to guidance, as my good friend Kelly, whose name I never forget. That's it for me. Thank you.
So we're going to go to Helen next, and then I saw Emma, and then I saw Julie. But in the interest of time, I greatly appreciate how incredibly robust the discussion on question number 1 out of 5 has been. But we only have 20 minutes left. So instead of going one by one for the remainder of this session, please feel free to comment on any of the questions. Just let us know which question you're commenting on. And so then we will go over to Helen.
Actually, I agree with really everything that everyone said, which is very unusual. And where I am sort of landing on this, I think of myself actually primarily as a practitioner and trying in good faith to comply and do all this stuff. Like, how do I do that? And I do think that there is value, and this kind of comes to maybe question 3 of, I think there is value in clarifying whatever the policy is to the responsible entities. So if the policy is going to be that what is in the regs is in the regs, and so you can't substitute a chemical of concern for another chemical of concern, and that's really the primary bar that they have to match, then I'd like to know that as a responsible entity, right? If there's going to be another set of rules or a case by case, I'd also like to know that, whatever that is. So that's kind of where I'm landing, is that I want to know the rules, or what are my expectations at a minimum. If it's more than just meeting that no chemical of concern substitution, I need help, because it is very, very much beyond the normal capability of anyone who's making these decisions in industry. I'm telling you that right now, as a fellow architect of these approaches. This is not for the faint of heart. And so the simpler you can make whatever guidance it is on a case-by-case basis, even if it's like, okay, I know you're critical of Washington, but God love them, they did it. They're like, we love fish. We're going to prioritize fish, or whatever it is. And so that clarity is super, super helpful. So now when you go into that case, you know what your target is. And so that's my guidance to you, is to be clear as you can be to the responsible entities, and they will mostly be acting in good faith, trying to meet whatever you ask.
Thank you, Ellen. Let's jump over to Emma.
Thanks. I just wanted to add one quick thought, because I did my work in alternatives assessments with flame retardants, and for the use in upholstery, eventually the realization was that you don't need them. And that is a factor we have to make sure is on the table in regards to what is safer. Do you even need to have that chemical in your product to have an effective product? And that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you, Emma. Then we will go to Julie.
So in response to Tim and Helen and this idea of resources, so it's not really answering a question. We'll swing back to this idea of resources. And I do think leading people to all of these methods is potentially helpful, but it's a lot. In your individual priority product chemical combination determinations, in each of those reports, as I remember from the ones I've looked at, it says this is why, right? You justify how you got there. Is there anything that aggregates those so that you can keep a history of each product chemical combination and keep an archive that this chemical product combination was this, and whether that's an Excel spreadsheet or how much information you need to provide, you need to determine, so that you can, so that partly you can see the trend of what were the reasons that you prioritize these, and also manufacturers might be able to go back and go, these are the types of things that triggered this. Maybe I should look at this. And especially if you start identifying safer alternatives, what was the safer alternative and why? So I'm a big fan of data. I mean, a lot of this is data, but keeping some kind of not necessarily chronological, but programmatic archive that helps you and helps the next priority product group go, well, what happened on the other ones? Why did they do those? And what happened? So that you can learn from that process. Might get you a little bit away from some of these concerns about minimum, because to Molly's point and the others, if you define a minimum, then people think all they need to do is be above the minimum. And that doesn't get you from a benchmark 1 to a benchmark 3. It gets you from a benchmark 1 to a benchmark 2, which we still don't really want to be in, to make it simple. So from a pragmatic standpoint, that might be helpful.
Okay, then I have Jack and then Mateo next. And remember, we're open to all questions now, so I'm watching for cards or hands. Jack?
I'm bringing my formulation hat to the game here. Again, though, the regulation's about safer products. It doesn't talk necessarily about safer chemicals. And I think to a first approximation, safer chemicals will give you a safer product. But it's not necessarily so, because it ignores the fact that there could be some reactions in the product that don't exist as an individual chemical. So I think you also have to look at it from a very holistic point of view. Are there other interactions between those chemicals that could render a product safer or unsafe? And I get to the question of, I know you have parabens coming up as a discussion point. Parabens by themselves may not be the best thing around, but if you need something to keep your product safe from microbial growth, which could be really a health issue or worse, you're going to have something. And so I think you need to also focus on the safety of the finished product, not just of individual chemicals.
Thank you, Chet. Then I've got Mateo next, then I've got Emma, and then Elaine.
Yeah, I actually had a kind of similar thought as Julie shared, that it may be helpful to think about, rather than defining safer, like about safer chemical product combination as an output of the alternative assessment process, right? And Lauren shared kind of this overview of resources that I think that we focused a lot on the minimum criteria, and that would probably be easier to define. There is a lot of consensus. Nobody likes PPTs, et cetera. But also there wouldn't be a lot of value added there. But in the sort of green list space, right, like outside of Safer Choice, there really isn't a lot of great resources, especially from government or authoritative lists on like, what, here are some great examples of safer chemicals for cleaning products, or and so beyond, you know, the direct impact of the Safer Consumer Products regulation here in California, I think, you know, if DTSC can start building, like you said, a library or resources, examples for specific priority products, these are combinations, scenarios that California deems to be safer, right, based on California values, that would be very powerful and impactful, I think.
Thank you. Then we'll go to Emma next.
Thank you. I want to skip to charge question number 4. I think that's an important one that ends in, how might we clarify for responsible entities how to evaluate alternatives? Touched on that. And feel confident that their selected option is safer. I think that's a really important part. It is very difficult for businesses to commit to an alternative for many reasons, whether it's financial or business risk, or adjusting the product, or worrying about a chemical alternative they choose showing up in a new regulatory list. We've all heard various concerns from companies. I think that it's really hard to answer this question, so that's why I'm raising it, maybe for others to have thoughts. And the way I think I might feel confident if I was a manufacturer is through seeing examples from my competitors or peers on how they made their decisions and what happened to them. Anyone else have thoughts?
Okay, so Emma has queued that up for you. If you have thoughts on that, we'll let Elaine go and think about that. We will not be automatically booted from the room at noon. So if you do have comments, I will let us go a little bit into lunch, not much, a little bit. So don't think I'm trying to force you to be quiet. Elaine?
Yeah, I sort of want to follow on a little bit. Jack pointed out again that it's not, it's chemical products, it's products, that we want the product safer. And just in terms of even question 4, which I can't see, I was trying to find all the different questions, but the option, again, I think the options that are available and they're listed out in the guidance and the AA guidance and available to people, even if they are rather difficult to use. Definitely focus. They're definitely hazard based, and that's really important, but there are all these other factors and criteria and life cycle, the hazard and exposures along the life cycle, and the vulnerable different vulnerable populations potentially are different at different points of the chemical product life cycle is also another factor. And so I think that the only thing I would say here is that this is going to go back to values, and if the values are chemical product specific, then there does have to be some. I don't know how that regulated entities do need to have these. So there are the priorities that people early on noted in terms. Maybe it was Helen in terms of children exposures or impacts to children. But if there are chemical product specific values or factors that are laid out, in the case for those chemicals and products, these things can be made semi-quantitative or weighted. Weights can be offered that one. So the way that Washington did it, where they said, okay, these fish are a priority. There are ways to be semi-quantitative and to just provide that without providing minimums or actual quantitative values for what the levels of a chemical should be or shouldn't be, or which chemical it should be or shouldn't be. I do think, and we had discussions many meetings ago where some of the semi-quantitative tools for aggregating disparate factors and then having some kind of index that would allow people to see how it may be higher in this factor but lower in another factor. I just think that those kinds of options and examples need to be made available so that people do know that they're going to come out at the end of the process with a decision that will, meet the needs of the regulator.
Thank you, Elaine. I've got Molly, then Helen.
Well, one thing I wanted to do is queue up Mike being able to say something here before we close. I'm sure, Mike, that you've got some important perspectives to share, so please make time to share them with us rather than just being chair in my absence. And so as you think about that, I also just wanted to maybe make the point of the need for, to keep it generic to some degree. As far as I can tell, there is no pushing or there's no requirement, but even the slightest of encouragement to use GHS as the basis of evaluating adverse public health impacts and adverse environmental impacts in the AA guidance. There's no, the guidance provides examples of different tools that are out there, but again, leaves it to the RE to decide which kind of system they want to use. So if our systems that we're talking about are based on GHS, but the REs don't use GHS, then we have a problem. But if we keep it generic and high, just talk about cancer, talk about reproductive toxicity, and whatever systems that they use to evaluate those kind of determinations, we might be also on better ground. So I think there's a technical miss right now with using and relying on certain systems that the alternative analysis process itself doesn't expect of the REs.
Thank you, Molly. And so one quick thing, Elaine, not seeing question 4, reminded me, and I flipped my page, and I should have mentioned that SCP staff who are online, if you have a comment back on something or clarifying, please do raise your hands and you get promoted to panelist status so you can answer. Same goes for you in the room. If there's something that comes up and you really need to, just make sure I know. I should have said that earlier. I did not. My apologies. And then we have Helen.
So I kind of want to go back to question 4. Emma queued it up, and again, responding as a practitioner, like what made us comfortable in choosing something. The number one thing was feedback from experts. So whether it be Clean Production Action, Biz NGO, a regulator, a technical expert in the formulation of the thing. So we actually worked with Clarent and these other companies as well. That for us was really the most meaningful feedback of whether we were on the right track. So third-party peer reviews, feedback from the department, those are the kinds of things that, again, someone who's acting in good faith, trying to find the right answer is very valuable to them. So I wanted to share that with you from a very practical nuts and bolts, perspective. For sure, Lauren personally, telling me, hey, this has a problem, that one's better, or this is what I'm seeing as these issues. Hugely impactful in terms of making what I think were better decisions.
Thank you, Ellen. And I do want to take a moment. I know Lauren is still there. If Lauren had any other thoughts that she wanted to throw in. I don't.
This is a really great discussion, and thank you all. And I feel like you are all experts in this anyway, so I don't hear anything being misread from the slides, and I like the characterization of screening out, screening in. I guess I'll just mention years and years ago, Don Verstig from P&G was involved in the Green Chemistry Committee, and he used to talk about showstoppers. And he said, alternatives assessment. We use it all the time at P&G. We just call it product development. And so I think that term showstopper might be useful. Like, people understand that there's certain things you just really shouldn't be using without, a lot of exception or exemption. So, and also I do think there's a need and a will to make GHS global. And to Molly's point about, people just use the GHS language. It's the globally harmonized system, whether it's not perfect, but it would be a huge educational opportunity and make it a lot clearer as to what is problematic and what's not. I wish I could find Helen's presentation from years ago with procurement people having to make these decisions, keeping it as simple as possible. Should I buy it? Should I not buy it? If you're not a toxicologist, these are really hard decisions. So I do think using GHS and identifying showstoppers would be a good place to start. Thank you all very much. It's a great conversation.
Thank you. I think I will turn it over to Alex.
Yeah, it's lunchtime, so we're gonna break for lunch, and we ask that everyone is back in fueled at 1:15 for the afternoon. We have this room and the room next door, and so we encourage you to kind of flow between both of those rooms. There's staff next door who've been watching, so feel free to mingle. And I think that's it. Just a reminder to not discuss any of the topics all at lunch. So yeah, see you back at 1:15. Well, all right, welcome back. Hope everyone's fueled for the afternoon. Just gonna pass this straight along to Ann Cooper Doherty and Saskia Van Bergen, who are presenting on how MC can support innovation and increase demand for safer products.
Thanks so much, everyone. So I have the joy today of kind of teeing up the topic of supporting innovation and increasing demand for safer products. So I will be teeing up, and then we are so lucky to have Saskia Van Bergen, esteemed guest number 2 of the day, to finish it up. So Robin already kind of teed this up a bit, but the Safer Consumer Products Program has a really ambitious mission, and that's to advance the design, development, and use of products that are chemically safer for people and the environment. So that came about in large part from the 2008 Green Chemistry Initiative report This report outlined policy recommendations to address gaps in contemporary chemical regulations, and of course, formed the basis of the 2008 Green Chemistry Law and led to the adoption of the Safer Consumer Products Regulations, which is, of course, why we're all here today. Implementation of that report to date has really focused on the more regulatory-based recommendations. However, that report does include a call to explore non-regulatory approaches towards safer chemistries. So that includes this direct quote that says California's ability to link economic opportunity with human health and environmental protection will be a cornerstone for a sustainable future. Further, the Green Chemistry Law itself actually requires DTSC to devise tools to help manufacturers, distributors, public retailers, and consumers in making decisions related to consumer products. So there is an overall call for non-regulatory approaches. So we do recognize that, to kind of echo something that Carl and Meredith would frequently say, our shadow is definitely bigger than our shape. We hear that frequently. We see that things that we are doing within our relatively small program is having impacts around the country and even around the world. So we are really excited to start to explore ways that we can leverage that impact to more effectively advance safer chemistries through non-regulatory approaches, the proverbial carrot as opposed to the stick, if you will. So we're excited to kind of queue up that conversation today and really value your input on this topic. And to help set the stage for that, we are so excited to have Saskia Van Bergen, self-proclaimed free-range chemist. She is joining us right now from the Netherlands, but she, as many of you know, is formerly of the Washington Department of Ecology, where she certainly made her mark, and she is just quite the expert on this topic. I know anytime I have spoken with her about it, the ideas just don't stop coming in. It's really a treat to hear from her today. So I will turn it over from her to her. Saskia, do you want me to advance your slides, or are you going to share them? Yeah.
Just a second.
Uh-oh. I can't keep talking.
This is Molly. I have her on text, so I just told her we lost her.
It got too late. It is late there, but no,
Yeah,
she's aware.
Really late there. Maybe if you make it wider, you could at least see when she joins. Yeah.
This computer just went out.
Oh no. Isn't it lovely how that happened?
We could.
Yeah.
She says she'll be with us.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you probably could ask for hands on how many people have been disconnected in the middle of a talk. And
Right when it's her time, it's the time they're here.
It never happens when you're just listening. It only happens when you're presenting.
Yeah, usually it's some national thing like this, and webcast and everything else when it really gets bad.
We've got our slides.
While we're waiting, just so you know, and this is not a critique, but instead of doing the questions one at a time this time around, I am going to allow it to be open discussion. Again, please let everyone know what question you're going to be answering at the time. I prefer one at a time, but I want to try and get through the questions and try and keep us within time because we've got another set coming up after this. But if someone has a response to something someone said that they really think it should be on quick, then jump up and down, get some jumping jacks in or something to let me know, and I'll move you up in the queue so you can respond to what someone else said.
Great. Here. Saskia, would you like me to advance the slides?
No, can I present? Is that okay?
I think so. Paul, do we need to do something?
And I guess I'm awake now. So sorry about that. That was not winning. But I am awake. All right, so that was not fun.
All good.
All right. Share. Can you see my slides once I move that? Can you see?
Yes.
All right. So thank you so much for having me. Just wanted to acknowledge that these are my own, and I am going to provide some context first, and then a number of different example efforts. So some of them are guidance, technical assistance, outreach, financial incentives, as well as training. And a lot of these are actually partially funded by EPA grants. So just wanted to acknowledge the EPA grants for this. So to start off with, there's a number of different drivers and barriers to implementing green chemistry. I'm not going to tell you all of them. What I'm trying to say from this is actually there are a lot of opportunities to actually find ways to advance safer products and chemicals. And it really depends on what funding you have, what capacity you have, and which audiences you want to address. One of the drivers for green chemistry, though, is regulation. And so what's great about programs that are restricting certain chemicals is that you actually are phasing out a toxic chemical and you're making a change happen to those companies that actually have those chemicals. And so when you have a law, a rule, or a company policy that's phasing out a toxic chemical or chemical class, one of three options can happen if you assume that the chemical is necessary for a function in the product, and you are going to have a chemical alternative to meet that function in the product. So the three different options are that you actually would have a safer alternative to the chemical that you're trying to replace. You could have a toxic alternative to the chemical that you're trying to replace, or you could actually have an alternative with unknown hazards. And then over time, you get data and you find out it's a safer alternative or a toxic alternative. And the point that I'm trying to make here is that they're all compliant. And so when you have the toxic alternative, you end up with a regrettable substitution, and then there could be a new, law or restriction on these chemicals. So if our goal is really to have it where we are wanting products to be benign by design, we're trying to, protect communities, workers, and the environment, and we're moving towards increased sustainability, we want to be more than free up. We really want to encourage safer alternatives. And so one of the things, I'm going to be talking about a couple of different initiatives from a couple of different states, but I will be mentioning a number from ecology because that's what I'm most familiar with. At ecology, one of the things that was super helpful for voluntary efforts, in addition to a specific law, was a safer product, or is, I guess. And sorry, sometimes my vocabulary is going to be we versus they. I'm still transitioning mentally, so not always eloquent on that transition. But basically, one of the things that's really helpful for voluntary efforts was the fact that a minimum and additional criteria was defined for safer products for Washington, but also was super helpful for the voluntary efforts was the fact that there was also communication about equivalency, right? So which chemical hazard assessments and scores could meet the safer products for Washington criteria, as well as the certifications that might meet the criteria. And so both, identified the methodologies as well as certifications that actually could meet the criteria. So when looking for efforts to increase awareness and adoption of safer products and chemicals, obviously chemical manufacturers are one audience that one wants to work with because they're the ones that manufacture the safer products. But remember that they're part of a system, right? So we want to make sure that they're demanding safer chemicals from the chemical manufacturers. And then also purchasers have a huge amount of power in the fact that they can demand safer products as well. And so when you have these certifications as well as the chemical hazard methodologies and scores, one can actually communicate what they want more effectively, right? So some resources for manufacturers around guidance and technical assistance. Traditionally, and this is an example in Washington, we have pollution prevention planners and staff that provide, or they have pollution prevention staff that provide technical assistance. And there's a number of different things that they provide assistance on in the state of Washington. One of them being reducing the use of toxic chemicals. If a company wants to phase out of a certain chemical, staff can actually help with that transition to a safer chemical if it's necessary, and they don't just reduce their use of the toxic chemicals. Another state that has a wonderful technical assistance group is TURI, the Toxic Use Reduction Institute in Massachusetts. And what's really unique about their services is they actually have a laboratory, and they can assess performance of different chemicals, right? So they have it where you find chemicals that could potentially be safer, that have a certain function, and then you can assess to make sure that they actually perform for a specific application, such as an industrial parts cleaning in a certain company. And if you're from another state, you can be very jealous of this, or you can partner with them. And so this is an example of leveraging expertise. So Minnesota actually worked with TURI to provide training and technical assistance with their state. Ecology saw this and also went after a grant from EPA and did the same thing. And so basically having it where there was the training, there's actually some videos on one of the ecology websites around getting to know toxic solvents, as well as how to identify safer alternatives. And then also they worked with companies. The pollution prevention technical assistance team helped identify companies that are interested in participating in this program to look for safer alternatives and assess their performance. So these are examples specific to companies within a state. But another thing that Ecology did was develop a website, and I think Kelly was mentioning something similar to this, where it pulls together a lot of different resources. So there's a lot of resources out there, and what this does, it actually is for a manufacturer that is looking for, who's in control, I guess, of chemicals in their products. So it has information on creating a chemical inventory, how to screen for chemicals known to be of concern, and then where one can go. And it's not exhaustive, but some examples of places to go to identify chemical alternatives. And then it mentions conducting an alternative assessment, and at a minimum, conducting a chemical hazard assessment, and also has information on where to go for existing chemical hazard assessments. And then also, if one wants to communicate and one's in a product category that has a robust material health certification, it mentions considering certifying your products. For a different subset of manufacturers, those that are actually newly regulated with a specific law, Ecology has developed a number of different resources for those audiences. And so those actually have information on, these are examples of when there was a flame retardant restriction in electric and electronic products, as well as when there is a restriction for a number of cosmetics in a number of cosmetic ingredients in cosmetics. And so for the first step, it's mentioning the timeline of the law and which chemicals are restricted. And then it has a step that's basically saying, how to find if these chemicals are in your product, if you have these restricted chemicals. So you might want to make a change. So you're acting on the findings. If you want to sell in the state, you need to reformulate. You can also choose not to continue selling in the state. But it also mentions that if you want to move to safer, check out the resources on the webpage that I was mentioning previously. So on that webpage, one of the resources that's there is an open access chemical hazard assessment database, which is part of the Interstate Chemical Clearinghouse. It's a chemical hazard assessment database. And the Interstate Chemical Clearinghouse is an organization where a number of states, I think most of you are familiar, a number of states and local governments are members, and nonprofits and businesses can be supporting members. And Ecology has provided a number of chemical hazard assessments. They're all green screens to the database, and they are all open access. Other companies and states can also contribute open access assessments there as well. Currently, the functions are only listed on the assessments, but there are discussions of potentially updating the platform. So hopefully it can improve the utility by being able to search by function. That is something that is being discussed, but it might not happen, but it would actually improve the utility of the database. So hopefully that can happen. So for purchasers, there's a number of efforts as well to advance safer products. The most traditional one there is government purchasing. There's a lot of different awesome efforts there. San Francisco has a wonderful database, Massachusetts, New York, Washington, Minnesota, it goes on. And this is where, they have master contracts, there's specifications and guidance on different ways to identify safer products, but it's not always for a product that's certified with a robust material health certification. It could be that's based on a restricted substance list, or it could be considering another factor such as biopreferred, so ensuring that the carbon is from plants. So this is one group of purchasers. Another could be for businesses that are purchasing products, both small and large businesses. And so this is a webpage that Ecology put together for businesses that are not in control of the chemicals in the products, who actually are purchasing products. And so it's information on, look at the safety data sheet of a product, and then it actually has the different certifications that have robust material health assessments in them. There's a missing element in between. It's not really fair to tell someone who doesn't know how to use a safety data sheet just to look at one. And so a guidance that's being developed right now, that's coming soon, probably in the next month, is guidance that has a flow chart on how to identify different product categories, go through the inventory of the products that you have, and then you can filter out products that have certain H phrases. For example, if it's an H340, 350, 360, you actually might want to try to phase out that product, especially if there's another one in the category that's either, in this case, yellow or green. The yellow ones are basically products that don't have those H phrases. And then there's also the green ones, which not every category will have, which are the ones that are certified as safer. And it calls out which certifications would be safer. Public is another purchaser. So we have web pages. This is Ecology's webpage for the public. There's a number of different resources. These are two examples, one of them being how to find safer cleaning products, calling out the certifications again, including there's also a coloring thing so kids can look for the logos to help with logo recognition, to help when they're in the store to identify these safer products. Lots of social media, so it could be blogs, and then it ranges to TikTok videos. And then I also wanted to call out another webpage. This one is from King County, because I think the way that they communicate the caution, danger, warning labels, as well as the certifications of Cradle to Cradle and Safer Choice, is a really simple and effective way to communicate a way to identify safer cleaning products. Outreach as well. King County does outreach on that. But this is an example from Minnesota, working with a specific community group around skin lightening creams. And then the middle picture is from Department of Ecology, where they were doing outreach on both cosmetics and cleaning products. So they were talking about the hazards in these product categories, but then they also were talking about the different certifications, Cradle to Cradle and Safer Choice in this case, and they were handing out products so that the public could actually try these products that were certified. The Commission of Hispanic Affairs is another project with Ecology. It's through an EPA pollution prevention grant, where there will be a project working in Central Washington to assess market readiness and then increase the awareness and hopefully the adoption of Safer Choice products in small stores in Central Washington. The Toxic Use Reduction has a community grant. So this also is a similar element where communities can actually apply for funding to do education on safer alternatives. And then another example of working with a community group is the bottom one, where Ecology worked with Mother Africa, and they basically made sure that they could develop culturally and linguistically appropriate outreach materials around safer products with Mother Africa. Another group that's not necessarily always considered the public, but they are students. And so I wanted to highlight some lectures and lessons and activities here, where the first one is Understanding Hazard and Risk. It's a 3-hour lesson for higher education. It's part of a Toxicology for Chemists series. And this is something that Ecology put together, working in the Beyond Benign curriculum. And in this 3-hour lecture, there is a laboratory that was funded by Ecology, and in it, it's around hydrates, and has a pre-lab, and in the pre-lab, it talks about chemical hazard assessments, and it looks at some hydrates that are toxic and some that are safer, talks about chemical hazard assessment methodologies, and also when looking at safety data sheets, it mentions that some of them don't have any data, but then it connects to the safer chemical ingredient list and communicates that just because it doesn't have an H phrase doesn't mean that it hasn't been assessed. And some of the hydrates actually are on the safer chemical ingredient list. There's career connecting learning is really important for education and helps students identify possible career paths. And this is an example of a number of videos that was funded by Ecology working with North Central Education Service District. So they're one of the regions in Washington that one of the educational organizations, sorry, I'm getting tired, in Washington that we partner with to create these videos. And the first video that's mentioned there with Jem, she works at a company that makes chitosan, which is on the safer chemical ingredient list. So that's mentioned in the curriculum, as well as the bottom video is from a company that manufactures a number of different safer choice products. And then there's also elementary curriculum. This, as you can see, has the King County hazard assessment. So basically, elementary students are doing a very, very simplified alternative assessment on cleaning products where they are actually assessing performance of the cleaning products, but they also can assess hazard and other elements as well. So when they look at the bottles, they can identify that one of them has a caution label and another one has a safer choice certification. Obviously, awareness is not enough. And so these are some examples of financial incentives. The first one is through the Toxic Use Reduction Institute. They have seed funding to discover new solutions to reduce the use of certain toxic chemicals. And then they also have funding available to Massachusetts businesses that are looking to reduce the toxic chemicals as long as it's relevant to other businesses as well. Ecology has a program called the Product Replacement Program, and I wanted to highlight this one specifically because it not only helps voluntarily reduce the use of some hazardous chemicals, but it also incentivizes a switch to certified safer alternatives, which would encourage the adoption of safer products. And so in this, basically, if you had a product that had a carcinogen or a mutagen, basically, one could get money to switch to a solvent without those. Or if one actually wanted to switch to an aqueous parts cleaner, there's more money that you could get for that. And the most money would be if you could switch to an aqueous parts cleaner that's certified as safer choice. Obviously, not all manufacturers can afford to get certified. And so there also are subsidy programs. And so there's two examples of efforts to provide technical and financial assistance to U.S. manufacturers for these certifications. The one on the right is through Oregon and the Pollution Prevention Resource Center, where they have a certification assistance program for safer choice and the design for the environment, and also, I believe, for clean ingredients. And then the one on the left is through Ecology, where there are certification subsidies for safer choice design for the environment, cradle to cradle and green screen certified for a broader range of products, because the idea of this one is to try to increase the breadth of the product categories that are certified with one of these robust material health certifications. There's also efforts for growing the safer chemical ingredient list, which is discussed. Through getting a product certified as safer choice, one can get that chemical, if it hasn't been put on the safer chemical ingredient list, listed on the safer chemical ingredient list. But also Oregon and PPRC have been partnering to get some other chemicals assessed and listed on the safer chemical ingredient list. Ecology has also worked with when there's been a chemical that's been assessed, as mentioned on the IC2 chemical hazard assessment database. If it seems like it would likely meet the master criteria, they have, when there's funding available, gotten those chemicals assessed and then submitted to EPA to consider adding to their EPA safer chemical ingredient list, and some of them have been added there. It can be that it is a chemical that has functional criteria, but when possible, one can get it assessed against the master criteria. Another thing, which isn't for a specific audience, is encouraging collaboration and innovation. And so this is just an example of providing a sponsorship for a conference that actually is talking about green chemistry or alternative assessment, or paying for a registration fee for a certain subpopulation to go to one of these conferences to actually learn more about green chemistry and alternative assessments. Supporting pre-competitive collaboration is something else that states have done. The first one was on 6-PPD and tires with the University of Massachusetts Lowell. Ecology had some funding from EPA, and working also with you guys, brought together the supply chain as well as stakeholders to have a conversation around what is needed to advance alternatives to 6-PPD and tires. The example on the right is around preservatives and personal care and household products. And there were a number of different sponsors for this innovation effort. And Minnesota was one of the organizations that provided some funding for this. Training and education is another way to overcome a barrier to green chemistry. And, really it's the people who are actually working within the companies, but also the next generation. And so Ecology helped develop and pilot some of the content for the Transition to Safer Chemicals course that was developed and made it a little more regionally relevant. Both Ecology and Department of Environmental Quality in Oregon provided funding for attendees to come to that class. University of Washington also put together a certificate in green chemistry, and Ecology helped with some of the content there and also helps with the marketing of that course. And then there's also awards such as the Ken Zarker Award to the Interstate Chemical Clearinghouse, where Ecology and some generous individual donors have provided funding to help the next generation of change makers. And so early career researchers can actually get some funding to go to a conference to help learn more about this and network, and then provide their contributions to these fields. For education, there's also an effective way to share resources through Train the Trainer. And so there's been green chemistry education. This is an example that Ecology has done in-person trainings at like the Washington Science Teachers Association, for example, during COVID, doing 3-hour remote educational efforts where materials were sent to the teachers so that they could try some of the different experiments that are on, for example, Beyond Benign's website. There's also Ecology with North Central Education Service District put together an asynchronous course on green chemistry, teaching the teachers about green chemistry, but also sharing a number of the resources that are already available. And then playing off the pain point of safety, where Ecology contracted with the University of Washington to put together an asynchronous online class that talks about lab safety, but then also shares resources on green chemistry curriculum to encourage laboratory classrooms to switch to green chemistry curriculum. And then there's also an effort that a number of different states have provided funding for attendees to go to, where Beyond Benign has trainings for high school teachers, both introductory trainings about green chemistry curriculum, and then some more advanced ones where they have an implementation plan to figure out how to actually incorporate the green chemistry lessons that they've learned into their classrooms. All of these things have been developed, and so Ecology has also put together information for different audiences. And so this is an example around safer alternatives. There's an example for green chemistry. And then there's examples for green chemistry if you're a K-12 teacher, or green chemistry if you're in higher education. And these basically have a lot of different resources for those different audiences. And then to encourage people to go to these web pages, there's different materials such as posters, and this is one for middle school or elementary school that has the 6 hours of sustainable design, but has a QR code that goes to the webpage. There's also stickers that are handed out at conferences that encourage people to go to these web pages. The top one is for K-12, but I have to add the one for higher ed just because I think it's cool. And then another effort when there was, after COVID, all the binders were available. And so we put together packets with North Central Education Service District with a number of the experiments and then enough materials so that the teachers could test the materials and sent them out to teachers. And they're also available at the Washington Science Teachers Association annual conference. If a teacher actually uses this curriculum and they want to apply for award, they can get funding and they can go to this conference for free. And the idea of this is to really help scale it because teachers like to hear from teachers. And so hopefully they will present at future conferences. Another effort that both Ecology and DEQ Oregon have sponsored is there are 2 different education efforts, one for K-12 and one for higher ed, that brings together an international community trying to incorporate green chemistry into their classroom. And you can also have it where staff present at these different efforts, sharing some resources or curriculum or some of the work that's being done to help provide some real world context to the students. So some of the recommendations that I have really is identify barriers that you can try to tackle and try to get more specific. And frequently it does take failure, but you could just call it, an iteration, because if you don't do anything from them, from what you've learned, if you learn from what you've done, it's actually not failure, right? Also, you want to meet your audiences where they are. Talk to your audience. Basically, there's lots of lame participants and you can learn a lot and don't just assume. And build off the work of others, collaborate and connect resources. There's a ton of resources out there. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. And then really important, make non-regulatory efforts to advance safer chemistries and products a priority because it's necessary if we really want to move to safer products. So thank you. Are you guys still awake?
Comment, maybe we're muted. There was a round of applause there. But excellent job. I know you stayed up late to do it, so it's very much appreciated. Maybe you should always get presentations this late because you were very good. What I'd like to do now with the panel is give you a chance to ask clarifying questions. So we're not going to get to the charge questions yet, but if you have any clarifying questions, please feel free to ask. Kelly.
Wow, Saskia, that was just amazing. And I can't believe how much information you jammed into such an incredibly well-honed presentation. And I was so glad you mentioned Ken, because he's been such an inspiration for all of this kind of work. I was just wondering, one of the things I always struggle with non-regulatory programs is data on what's the effectiveness of different efforts. So like, if you make a website, are people coming and using it? If you're doing some sort of voluntary program, what's its penetration and behavior change? And I was just wondering if you could comment a little on that. We lost Saskia.
I mean, metrics are super challenging and sometimes they're the wrong ones. And so I find that a lot of the voluntary efforts, especially, it's not pounds of X or Y reduced necessarily. And so it's hard. It's definitely hard. And I'd say, an example of a wrong metric is the number of attendees in a training. It's really who's implementing, right? So we've had it before where at one of the conferences at Washington Science Teachers Association, we had 3 people come, right? But one of them ended up going and taking the introduction beyond benign course, and then the advanced beyond benign course, and then started teaching the outreach events with me, and then actually worked at Washington Science Teachers Association, was doing the 3-hour trainings with me, right? And then basically we've partnered to include the award. So part of it's also that you're increasing the capacity of the collaborators, right? And so what is I think part of it is that one hasn't So some of the work that I've been doing is like I've developed a resource, and then it's like you have to make sure that people become aware. So you put it on the website, and then you have to do the outreach. I'm not really answering it well. I'm just saying that it's complicated and it's very easy to measure the wrong thing. And some of the metrics that we usually use are not effective for it. So maybe if there are more behavior scientists as well as, communication professionals. I mean, I'm a chemist. I don't really know what I'm doing. I have amazing graphic artists who I've been working with, right? Collaborating with them to help get additional metrics that are effective could be useful. But I have lots of small stories on successes. One being a company actually that, with minimum criteria, we're willing to go to a benchmark 3. They just wanted a little bit more time to be able to make that change. Companies don't necessarily, need to go to the next step. They sometimes want to go further because they have the other competition that they're dealing with, right? They want to be the best of their sector.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Okay, then we're going to move into the open discussion.
Did she stop sharing, or is that what's going on?
Oh, sorry. I stopped the screen. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Nope, that's something else. Okay, so we're going to go to the open discussion. And again, it was a great discussion this morning, but I want to be cognizant that we've all had these questions before, and there are some questions that people are really interested in. And so I want to make sure that everyone can comment on something that really piqued their interest in the questions. So we'll see how it goes this time and readjust next time, maybe. So, Jen, would you read the questions for us? You do a good job with context, and I'm going to tell you, it's kind of like Jeopardy. Anyone who raises your thing up before Jen is done, I'm not going to guarantee I have you in order. I will get the fact that you have a comment, but I guarantee nothing on order.
So, number 1, in addition to ideas presented by Saskia, what other kinds of non-regulatory activities might help promote the development of safer alternatives? And are there lessons learned from these efforts that SCP should take into consideration for our work? And which activities might be suitable for SCP to pursue? I'll just give some context for this one. Ann Cooper came back from a conference. An innovator had said, I have this great new chemical, and she asked that question that I had mentioned earlier. Oh, what's its hazard profile? Is it safer? And they were like, we haven't done that. So are there ways that we can help those innovators take these as completely non-regulatory because they're just innovating, help them along the pathway? And then number 2, what are the greatest impediments to adopting safer chemistries? How might SDP help support manufacturers overcome these challenges? We know that several of you are working in industry, might have things to say about this question. What challenges exist in bringing safer alternatives to market? How can SCP best support innovation and facilitate adoption into the marketplace? We're seeing with the 6 PBD-AAs that we have 17, you'll hear more tomorrow, but there are a number of different possible replacement chemicals that the industry is going to be evaluating. But then bringing those into the market to do the product safety testing, all of that is a challenge. How might SCP best leverage its position as a regulatory agency in the 5th largest economy in the world? We are big. You can see all the things that Washington has done. Are there things that you heard today or other things that if we did them, that we could really maximize impact? And then how can we best align our efforts and support existing efforts out there, like Saskia mentioned about Turi, et cetera, to promote safer chemistries and products without advocating for a specific brand or company, because that sometimes can be a problem or challenge for us.
Okay, thank you, Jen. Now you can start to chime on in. Mateo first, and then I've got Julie.
Yeah, and one comment I had mostly on question 1 is that I think, in light of the discussion we had this morning, it's difficult to promote the development of safer alternatives without having kind of a view of what safer means, right? So I think Saskia talked about various certifications that they use to define like, hey, this is the North Star, this is what we're aiming towards, right? So if you're looking to promote something, I think you do need to have a point of view of what it is that you're trying to promote.
Thank you. I've got Julie next, and I'm going to do Kelly, Helen, Suzanne.
I mostly had a clarifying question on question 5. When you say that you can't advocate for specific brands or companies, can you advocate for specific certification programs?
We might be able to. It might take some doing, but possibly.
Because I think the certification programs are quite powerful. And they've clearly been vetted, and it does create this competitive place for companies to try to be as good as the alternative in that space. And it's can be a recognized labeling for them. So if you can advocate for people to use Green Screen Certified or TCO or any of those certification standards, I think that is a low-hanging fruit.
Julie, Kelly.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting that this was on the agenda today. I'm really glad that you selected it as a topic for us. It's a topic that's near and dear to my heart. Early in my career, I probably, let's see, if the bingo card for the things that Kelly says might include City of Palo Alto. So check that one off. I worked for the City of Palo Alto, and it had its environmental programs had an extensive group of different kinds of engagement in outreach and voluntary initiatives, everything from green business to school programs, small business assistance, a lot of other things, as Oscar mentioned. And I was managing that. I developed over 100 fact sheets on different things and so forth. And the thing I ran into was the thing that I asked Saskia about, which is that there was a lot of demand for metrics. So which things work and which things don't, and why do we do these different things? So we spent a lot of time thinking about that. And in the year since, I've spent a lot of time thinking about what are the roles of these kinds of programs. And I came to a few conclusions that they're pretty expensive. So you gotta really be choosy what you do. A lot of them are best delivered at the local level. You know, we are the 5th largest economy in the world. We're a state of 40 million people. So the state simply can't expect to outreach to individual Californians or individual small businesses. The concept of leveraging was something I used to chair a pollution prevention advisory committee that met in this room many, many years ago. And we spent a lot of time talking about the concept of leveraging. The state would be able to interact with small groups that could then leverage beyond. But the state was never going to be able to get to automobile maintenance facilities or the general public. That the state needed to work with groups that were under 100 to really be able to effectively make any kind of engagement. So that was a principle when we were talking about that program long ago, to think about that. Overall, my sense is that there could be a role in supporting local governments, which was a function that DTSC had a group that used to do. I'm not sure that that's going to exercise a lot of behavior change. The thing that is really interesting is a couple of folks have already started touching on it, is this question of how do we get overall change in a particular segment? And part of why this program replaced the pollution prevention program is that we realized that as a state, I think, that having to make every individual learn all the things that make the decision about what's safer is too hard. It's just never going to happen. Products just need to be safe when people buy them. Things that businesses are using in their day-to-day operations. Yeah, most businesses aren't going to have toxicologists on staff, even pretty sophisticated. Okay, bingo card number 2, brake pen. Manufacturers, I discovered that they didn't have any toxicology or any kind of environmental evaluation expertise on staff, even though they're creating a product that is literally dispersed all over the world and into bodies and waters. So it seems that working on the regulatory end is much more cost effective for the state. And that's why this program has such a big lead. That said, there are problems that are really hard to solve. And sometimes it's helpful to have some early adopters for something new and kind of do the proof of concept. And there's a variety of ways of doing that, just working with folks who have a safer alternative and proving it out and helping it get a pilot. So pilot kind of projects is one, or other, special, like working with a particular community that's disadvantaged or has some other thing to really try to make their lives better can sometimes be a really great way of piloting things, or other kinds of pilot type initiatives. DPR is thinking about this. Pesticides, that's another bingo box for Kelly. But thinking about that. And there's this really cool book about this kind of stuff called Crossing the Chasm, that is about technology early adoption. And it when I first read it back in the 1990s, when the first tech boom was happening, it was really about how do you get from a few early adopters of some new technology into making a technology mainstream. And that book is now a standard business book. And I feel like it's the same thing here, that when you go to a particular sector and you're really trying to get change, if you can get some early adopters to prove the concept, that's one step. And then the second step is how do you make it mainstream? And mainstream is often through regulation, and in the case of products. But that early adopter phase may have a role for some of the kinds of products that the state has an interest in addressing. And that's where I feel like the state could do some interesting things. So I'll quickly just jump through a couple other things. I think, as somebody had mentioned, the certification programs, I think they're really cool. Our state used to have a technology certification program, and I strongly recommend against the state taking something like that on, because it was all these marginal things that came, and it was a super expensive program. However, it would be really great for the state to be trying to advocate for other certification programs to take on important functional uses associated with the products that are of interest to the state, or the chemicals. And my big examples are PFAS and alternatives to the PPDs for tires. A couple of examples of if somebody independently got into this, that would be really good for the market. There's not a ton of manufacturing in California, so another reason to some of the examples didn't ring great to me, just because we're not doing that much manufacturing on site. And just anecdotally, sort of related to that early adopters kind of thing, one of the things I hear is a lot about issues with supply chain. There's this really great alternative, but it's not readily available at the supply level that would allow it to be adopted. And so I'm not sure what the answer to that is, or if that's real, and so those folks who are in the industry might want to comment on that. But that's the other space where it feels to me like our state being so big might be able to make it real. So thanks, and sorry for going on for some.
Very good. Well, Helen, I've got you next, and then I have Suzanne after that.
Yeah, I feel like this is a really obvious thing, but I'm going to say it anyway. Social media, social media, social media. If you want to change people's behaviors and like their buying, their purchasing behaviors, social media is just a really, really essential part of doing that. And it's an ongoing thing that you must be constantly engaging. That's just kind of how the business works. And the thing is, you don't have to do everything yourself. You can find other influencers, other people who have large followings, and kind of tie into them. You can also ride on the wave of trends and events. So I think one of the things that drives me crazy, probably a lot of you here, is like when there's greenwashing going on, or misinformation on social media about a chemical issue or an environmental issue. You can actually show up with your own content, like our EV and toxics conversation that has been ongoing, of like, okay, well, you're going to get rid of this much carbon, but you're going to leave this toxic footprint to do it. And so some of you who know that I'm on social media, this is something I keep coming back to, right? And so everyone who follows me gets that view. And being present, helping make content, connecting to other people who are active in social media really does change the way people think about a whole problem or a whole class of products. If you want to get people buying one thing and not another, social media is going to be a much more effective way than writing a fact sheet or even a website. So social media.
Thank you, Ellen. If we could jump to Suzanne.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Some of what I'm going to say kind of builds on what Kelly was saying about the fact that every individual can't really learn toxicology, right? Can't really learn what the potential issues with these products are. And I think Saskia's presentation was wonderful. And I think all of the different educational approaches that she highlighted are useful, but are probably most useful in concert with regulatory approaches. So educating people on why regulatory changes are being made rather than putting the onus more on consumers, and just thinking that if these approaches are used on their own, it can, not to be too negative, but it could potentially create what we already see, where you have two tiers of products. You have sort of the safer, sometimes greenwash, but sometimes actually safer but more expensive lines of products that you can buy at a co-op if you're economically privileged, and then you have the probably less safe, less expensive products that are available to people who are maybe less educated or don't have the means to purchase the more expensive, safer option. So just, I think, using the educational approaches as a way to supplement regulatory approaches would be better than trying to use this in the absence of regulation. And that's probably something that others would agree with as well. But just wanted to make that point, that putting the onus on consumers kind of gets us to the point that we are with, say, plastics, where some people can afford to avoid toxic products and some people can't. So just trying to think about it from the environmental justice perspective.
Thank you. I have Heather next, then I have Elaine, then I have myself. So, haha, Molly.
I was thinking that to whatever extent feasible, supporting applications work for some of these safer alternatives that have not yet been adopted can really help to provide that proof of concept, so manufacturers have a willingness to try, especially some of those smaller manufacturers. We heard about the example with chitosan. That is an example of a potential safer alternative for preservatives in beauty and personal care, but I don't know that applications work has been done and provided to potential buyers. And I believe Trury's done some work similar to that in providing results of applications work for safer trade name materials. And something else to consider is guidance on how to spot a safer alternative. And I say this because sometimes the individual making the decision for formulation or manufacturing is not the toxicologist or the sustainability person on staff. It might be a cosmetic formulator who doesn't have that background. And especially when we think about smaller manufacturers, the toxicologist on staff might not have the time and availability to make those guidances and provide them to the right staff members. So just getting that in the hands of folks so they say, well, from a technical data sheet, I don't actually know if this is a safer alternative. I need to ask some of the questions like Jen mentioned of, well, where's your hazard data?
Thank you, Heather. I'm going to jump to Elaine now.
Thank you. Really interesting topic. I'm sort of, I guess this idea of what are the impediments to bringing, or challenges to bringing products to market, and the impediments to adapting the safer chemistries. I was really interested, Julie previously in the last discussion mentioned green screen, or bringing some of the tools into her class to her students. And I know I've spoken recently to somebody doing product design, master's kind of level product design courses. And, I know they're given so many different tools and so many different things that they evaluate related to function and economics. And then, sort of, oh, and by the way, it's good for the environment. Apparently is kind of one of the other things, and these young people are super interested in that, but I don't think they necessarily have very much in the classroom. So that would help them, simple tools or simple access to ways to do that and, do it within the context of something that would even be economically more viable potentially. So I'm kind of interested, Julie, if you have more to say on that. And then the other thing is just scale up and testing, right? So that, well, what, did you do the hazard testing and scale up are huge challenges, right? So are there little, I think there were a couple examples in the presentation, but, some seed funding that would really help people who, where you have small grants that people bring competitively, compete for to be able to do some of that testing or scale up.
Thank you. And Julie, as long as she asked for your thoughts.
Yes, and she prompted. Thank you. I just wanted to share with the DTSC, the SCP folks, that I do use your resources in my classes. The AA guide is assigned reading. So you might want to keep that in mind when you're putting your things together, that your audience is maybe more broad than you're initially thinking.
And I want to close the loop on this. As someone who's been hiring people to do this type of work now for more years than I actually am going to tell you, but I have definitely seen that the needle has moved.
Yes.
When I first hired my first people to do this work, I had to train them from scratch. And some of you know some of those people who are now actually like leaders in the field, but at the time they knew nothing about it. We knew nothing about it. Now I get literally every candidate is asking me these questions before I even prompt them. They're like, what are you doing? Is this important to your company? Is this going to be a big part of my job? So it has absolutely made a difference. All the programs that everyone has done, good job.
And I'll just add one more thought. Students do now come in generally knowing what LCA is. They don't know what CHA is. So we still need to move that needle a little bit, but they are eager.
Yeah.
They are eager. And in my classes, I tell them, they can be in a different program or take more classes and become experts. I said, I want you to be the seeds so that you walk in the room and you at least ask the question, shouldn't we be also thinking about this and this and this while we're designing this product? They don't have to know how to do it. They don't, they need to go then find art and go help me do my toxicology study for this product or whoever. But we have planted some seeds, I think, and the trees are growing. So any resources are useful.
Thank you. So I've got myself, then Molly, then Art, then Tim currently, and we are doing very well on time. So don't think that I'm going to let you get away without comments. I'm going to jump back and I'm touching on something a lot of people have talked about, but the impediments, question 3. And for me, a lot of those impediments are often, what does the public want? And I'm going to give some very well-known examples from SC Johnson. The first being, way back when, we are an extremely large aerosol manufacturer. Aerosol products are hard to make. And back in the day, aerosols were all full of CFCs, ozone depleting chemicals. Everyone knows that today. The science was there. No one else was doing it. SCJ is one of the world's largest aerosol manufacturers, took a stand, and we took CFCs out. And this is before my time. Even though I'll say I'm old, this was before me, so no credit to me. We took them out, and we lost an incredible amount of market share. It was the right thing to do, but the public didn't care. We didn't get off the aerosol market. We came up with an alternative that was much safer, but we lost market share because people wanted the performance. They didn't want the safer. The awareness of the ozone layer just wasn't there. Now, what happened for us, good story, is the Montreal Protocol took effect, and guess what? We were already on the market. Everyone else had to reformulate. A second example. It's kind of like Band-Aids, but there is a type of product people often refer to as Saran. SC Johnson owns that brand. Saran is not a market leader anymore. It used to be the market leader. It no longer is because we acquired the brand. And we discovered that one of the components upon long-term landfill or incineration was extremely carcinogenic when released into the air. We took it out. It made the product less sticky. It was less clingy as a cling film. Our competitors, there's still no regulation against that, but our competitors could leave it in at the time. At the time, there was no innovation to replace that. We tried, we couldn't find it. So we just put out a product and it's still there on the market. Doesn't cling as well, but it's there because it's the right thing to do. Consumers didn't care. They want cling wrap that actually clings. Now, there's been innovation that then turned out to have patent protection that allowed it to be replaced, but we couldn't jump in. But so you really have to look at what the public wants. We've got other products where we have innovated to something safer, but we're not going to make greenwashing claims. It is safer, but the public doesn't like it as much because it doesn't have that perception of it cleans as well because it smells like a really strong solvent. So yeah, you have to really think about what does the public want, and it's kind of like what Helen was saying. If you can get across on social media, this is the benefit, then you can change public opinion. Back in the day, there was no social media to get onto. So that's my comment on that one. And I will jump to Molly next.
Well done, Mike. I'm glad we're hearing your voice too. So I guess one of my first comments are just knowing that this is such an important topic, but knowing that this program is so resource constrained, and so how to prioritize, where to focus. Obviously, as Saskia said, there's so many resources that can be leveraged, but one of my thoughts is stimulated by Saskia's slides. And Saskia, thank you again for staying up so late to give such an incredible presentation. But hearing that, at one point in time, a non-toxic and a toxic alternative can both be compliant with a restriction regulation. And I think this is actually a place where the safer consumer products can play. There are so many chemical restrictions that are coming out in California. We could just look at PFAS for an example of that. And I keep hearing over and over again, given these tight timelines for compliance, that companies are moving fast, but not vetting their alternatives. And so I think this is a place for the program to play, to create guidance, to create convenings, to create platforms for engagement, to create resources around where we think there might be safer alternatives. There are so many restriction policies and not enough policies and programs that are supporting the evaluation of the alternatives that people are moving towards. So using that regulatory driver as a way to play in this game, because people are going to have to move, but how can we guide them better about what they need to move towards? The other is, I think, the flip side. I've done some work with the department around environmental justice, and there's just this huge question around ensuring that what we're creating in terms of a market for safer alternatives is accessible to those that were most disproportionately impacted by the harms to begin with. And I think there's a place for the program to engage that it hasn't, and we haven't yet figured out the best way possible. But I think Washington creates a lot of models for us to think this through, is how do we ensure that those safer alternatives are accessible to populations disproportionately impacted? And I think those two areas of priorities, upfront, using the regulatory driver, downstream, once we have the alternatives, to ensure that they're available to disproportionately impacted populations, I think would go a long way. My one addition to what Julie said, or asked the clarifying question about certification programs, I heard a wonderful talk by Dr. Meg Whitaker that you all know from Talk Services. Not all certification programs are created equal. And so we definitely need to make sure and lift up the third-party certifying programs as the ones that have the legitimacy and the underpinnings to promote safer, because not all certification programs are created equal. Thanks.
Thank you, Molly. We're going to go to Art next.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to add my 2 cents worth on the impediments to adopting safer chemistry. And these are points that, we've made in the past meetings. So I want to touch on economic and technical barriers. In terms of economic barriers, it's the high cost of developing and validating safe alternatives. And in terms of technical barriers, it's the testing that's required or limited performance data that we have in terms of comparing safer options versus existing solutions. So in terms of so that's related to question number 2, and also question number 2 and number 3 about what can the Safer Consumer Products Program do. Actually, it's a question: can SCP develop or provide cost sharing mechanisms for things like safety and efficacy testing of alternatives? Because again, 2 of the challenges are high cost of developing and validating safe alternatives, and limited data when it comes to comparing performance between safer options and existing solutions. So I was thinking, some kind of, if it's possible for the program to develop and provide some kind of cost sharing mechanism for safety and efficacy testing. And the other thing that's already been mentioned is, of course, leveraging, the state of California's tremendous procurement power by adopting some kind of purchasing policy that would favor, safer products. Thank you.
Does staff have a comment regarding Art's question, or is that to be considered later sort of question?
Well, I could speak to one piece of it. So in the regulatory response phase, if an RE came to us, or many together in a consortium, and said, rather than, we don't have an alternative, but rather than funding green chemistry, doing the green chemistry and innovation funding, could we come together and fund testing of this one alternative that we think maybe is less hazardous, but we just don't have safety data on it, or we don't have whatever piece of information we need. I think that's something that we could entertain. That's something we could entertain. So that's one place where we could. And then we do have the ability to do contracting with talk services or other folks who, if we wanted to create some kind of program where somebody came to us and applied, hey, I would love to get my pool chemical certified or chemical hazard assessment done on it, then maybe if we had a contract with a third party to do that, we could potentially connect those dots. That's what Washington has done. So I don't think it's impossible. It's also not totally easy.
That's what I was going to chime in, that in general, contracting is lengthy process, and handing out money is not an easy thing for us to do. So,
but through a contract, if we had the contract with a third party, and then some people applied for the funding through a competitive process, but it's challenging.
The details probably need to be hashed out separately.
Tim, you're up.
Thanks. I was just thinking that when we say innovation, we're oftentimes thinking about different types of activities. So I was thinking about diffusion of an existing alternative that hasn't really made it to the marketplace versus development of a new alternative, which in the innovation theory literature, they're treated as 2 different things. So I had a thought, just kind of an example of how you might think about those separately. One's kind of granular, others kind of like a more bigger concept. So on the diffusion end, when I think about impediments to adopting safer chemistries or safer products, a lot of times the decision is not to use one product or another. Isn't necessarily made by the person who's using it. So pesticides are a great example. A lot of farmers aren't picking what's being used. It's their advisors, the pest control advisors. Contractors who are using materials in building, oftentimes are picking what's being used, not the homeowner. So maybe by focusing on those people more directly, the intermediaries rather than the homeowner, but also informing the homeowner about those alternatives would be one way to do it. So suggestion here would be to deal with stuff like that. You might think about working with other agencies that regulate those professions or techniques, right? So, most contractors in California have to take the licensing exam and they have to show proficiency in certain areas. So working with other agencies to include training on identifying and using safer materials, and then making that as part of the licensing requirements there'd be a lot of grouching about it, but it would make people think about it, those folks who are in those kind of decision-making, kind of shadow decision-making areas. And that could help with diffusion, like Saskia said, maybe most of them would just view it as another administrative hurdle and ignore it. But maybe 5 or 10% of them would take it seriously and it would open their eyes, and that could make a big impact for decisions made across the state. Another idea on diffusion would be to try to identify the social networks in the community or in an industry sector about who the kind of leaders are, and then support folks who are willing to take chances with using a safer alternative through funding demonstration projects, giving them seed funding. California and the South Coast Air Quality Management District did this really well with alternatives to perk dry cleaning. And it really led to a lot of diffusion and also supported the developing of new technologies once that baseline was up. Okay, that's the granular. What about development? So here's just a crazy idea. It seems like we're talking generally about how do we innovate chemistries, but there's not kind of like a plan there. It's more like, whoa, PFAS or this or that. All these are very important. I'm not trying to diminish that. I'm just saying, how about thinking about a strategic planning initiative or roll out some big thing where invite a lot of people together to talk about a strategic plan for supporting innovation in safer alternatives. And that process could perhaps identify priorities, areas where we really ought to focus on innovation because there could be fruitful. And that process could provide a vehicle for creating collaborations across industry, commercial enterprises, other stakeholders, government, and could even lead to leveraging funding from private and public sources to then implement some action items out of that strategic plan. I don't know. Strategic plans come and go. Maybe it wouldn't do anything, but maybe it would kind of kickstart some activity, especially if actual money started to kind of flow into that. If stakeholders involved in it could see some personal or business value to participating in funding, it could lead to something. So those are 2 general ideas. 2 and a half.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, does anyone else have any further comments on the 5 charged questions we have? Jack.
Okay, I was glad in the presentation to see at least one retailer, Target, mentioned, because having worked for decades in a manufacturer, we really don't sell much directly to the consumer. We sell it to retailers who have, in effect, the final say on what is sold to consumers. So I think there's a huge untapped area where you really need to get the retailers involved too. And I know there's been attempts by various ones to promote more sustainable, safer products, but I think it's been more of a haphazard effort by some just testing things out, testing the waters. But really, it's the retailers who sell to the consumers, not the manufacturers selling to consumers. So I think there is one focal point that should be made as a major effort. Because you say you don't have much manufacturing in California, but you do have a few retailers. People have to buy from them. And that includes the online retailers. Again, they're the ones selling directly to the consumers, not the manufacturers. So that's one area where you really should focus some effort on.
Thank you, Jack. Anyone else? Thanks, Julie.
I just wanted to quickly revisit this idea of purchasing power in the state. And I imagine you're familiar with programs like EPEAT. So I've lost track, but figuring out ways of maybe working with them, getting more. I think they tried to get green chemistry things into their standards and so on. But does even Cal EPA or DTSC apply any of those purchasing guidance in their, do they need to get EPEAT certified products when you purchase? Can you facilitate that even internally? So anyway, I mean, because it was sort of mentioned as a statewide thing, but maybe starting locally. And then the other that came to mind in some of the other comments was embedded in things like LEED certification. Because again, the people making the decisions aren't really the very last point of, we think of as the consumer. And I know they have the health declaration within LEED. It has almost no teeth and it's optional and whatever. But those are other avenues, at least, to network within the communities that are developing those things. If there's, so that, again, you're leveraging what is already there and not reinventing.
Can I jump in and just answer one part of Julie's comment or question in terms of EPEAT? Yes, safer chemistry, it's part of the optional criteria to earn bonus points so you can get to the different levels of EPEAT.
Okay.
It's right now for certain categories of electronics products, but that's being expanded.
Good. It's good to hear. Yeah, I think we got it in the NSF one for solar panels.
Right.
And then, but some of the other ones have been around too long and people don't want to add it. So it's good to hear that some of that's getting added into some of the older established standards as well.
And EPEAT is a very important certification and eco label for enterprise purchasing and of course government purchasing.
Yeah. And Apple is very well represented on the list. I know when I show it, Apple and HP, I'm like, pretty much anything that you sell, I think, is EPEAT certified, right?
For every single product category that's available that has earned the highest level of EPEAT certification. Thank you for letting me do a little promotion.
Tim, did you put yours down here? Okay. Kelly.
I just wanted to add on a couple of things that, since there's a little bit of time. One thought is that in thinking about this, it's important that the program not repeat the mistakes we made last time. And I know there's been some review of the pollution prevention program. I actually saw a webcast and watched the recording. It was certainly not complete as to what happened before. So I'm kind of seeing there's been some loss of knowledge in that area. One thing that the state did try to do, or the program tried to do, was work with the state on some environmentally preferable purchasing criteria. And I think that was an incredibly resource intensive disaster. So I'm kind of hesitant, as much as I think the power of the state's purchasing program is amazing. Being realistic about it is important. And the other one example, some sort of training, continuing education units and so forth in certifications, so various licensing renewals. I have personal experience with this with pesticides. Hit the bingo card again. The Structural Pest Control Board was seeking to require, or at least allow and then require some training in integrated pest management. So basically help people identify safer alternatives, even if they didn't use them, they would at least have to be educated about them. This was a many year process. It was led by a colleague of mine who was wound up being appointed to and chairing the Structural Pest Control Board and on it for many years and never got it adopted. So that was a huge journey. There was a lot of opposition for various reasons. It was just bureaucratically expensive. So I love that. And at the same time, I hate it because I'm just not clear that it's feasible. And really, that's something you all can assess when you're thinking about how you're thinking about spending your time. It's just, so I'm kind of having the feeling of been there, done that. The department's been there before.
So I
Yeah.
just want to speak a little bit to that. I've heard a lot of good ideas, and many times I was feeling a little bit of not quite angst, but
Yeah.
I have been within the state system here since 2009, and some of these things are not as easy as they sound, and so I think we're collecting ideas. And
Yes,
we're
it doesn't
taking
mean we
feedback.
expect you to do all of
And
them.
also, there will be that sort of rubric where we do the analysis afterwards to see what's feasible.
Yeah. So I guess my comments are really supportive of that and just my own personal experience with this over 20 years of advice, 1990s, that's more than 20 years on these things. And then finally, just a comment, I've just finished a remodel and had exactly this problem with the contractors on the chemicals use. And I'm personally talking to each of them about PFAS or other things that hazards in the products they have. And they're like sending me the MSDS and I'm like, no, you're not going to get it there. And I can tell you how many contractors I talked to, especially about PFAS. And I said, yeah, that stuff's probably in the product you're using. It hasn't been there all that long and it's probably going to be gone in a few years. So I'm more worried about your exposure than my exposure. And and they're like, well, we've never even heard about it. Oh, well, you're going to hear about it and then it'll be gone. So I really feel like the solution is at the product level. Just a reminder.
Thank you, Kelly. Tim.
I just wanted to echo what Kelly said about, and this is another barrier things. So anecdotally, we were putting new carpeting in our house and we were looking for the non-VOC carpeting. And even the people who sell the VOC carpeting did not understand what non-VOC carpeting was, or the stuff for under the carpeting.
Yeah.
So I think there's the problem of information flow through that chain of the manufacturer, the supplier, the contractor who puts it in, where I don't know if maybe you're right. You have to be like really skeptical about whether training or incentives or licensing or any of those things would work. I think it's true, but that to me seems like a really pervasive barrier to the diffusion of that stuff, and you got to, yeah. So I just wanted to, when I heard you telling that to her, I was like, oh yeah, I had the same thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, sorry.
Is there anyone else virtually that had a comment? Jack?
Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay. Molly.
Hold on there.
I just want to bring to the department's attention, there is a study that's coming out at the end of the month by the commission around strategies to support stronger substitution planning. And I think this, by substitution planning, it's really about the evaluation, development, and adoption. So it speaks to this whole spectrum and journey around a transition to safer alternatives. But one thing that that stands out to me from that process, having been involved in it a bit with the commission, is this point around early awareness. It's such a barrier right now, and hearing from Julie that your students know LCA, but they don't know CHA, and Helen, talking about her professional journey, and that there is this an influx of knowledge now about this process, but we're still at a beginning of it. So yeah, mindset change needs to happen. Capacity change, capacity building is essential, whether it's training and licensing, the way that that Tim said it. But when being involved in this impact assessment for the substitution planning piece of things, there's this whole early awareness strategy that we can't underestimate. It's having it now be a barrier to all of this, and also therefore a driver to the change that we're wanting to see happen. And so to place a lot of the emphasis around what we might do and what Saskia presented thinking about like, the audience and the drivers to the change, but at this early awareness phase of things, I think, sorry, this is like the brain fog that's part of me right now, but just trying to leverage the capacities of organizations that do training. So the OSHA training or the new A4, the association, or it's not the Association for the Advancement of Alternatives Assessments, but it's A4 now integrated into CTAC. How do we better, leverage these types of interactions and engagements to see the change necessary? It just feels like this early awareness side of things is a huge barrier still to this transition that we want to see happen to all the different audiences that need it, and trying to figure out how to make that happen better than that. But again, I really want to, I'll share out this report once it's published, but there's a lot of, I think, important information and, again, possible collaborations with the EU in this space, because they're struggling with the same exact thing and trying to think through the same exact strategies. And I think they're now in a position of elevating all these gains that they've made over the last 3 years and trying to think through their chemical strategy for sustainability. I don't think is lost, but under this new parliament, so much is focused now on economic competitiveness that a lot of what was elevated before is going to get a little bit lost, but California doesn't have to make it lost. We can adopt some of the thinking that the EU has done over the last 5 years in this space.
Thank you, Molly. And anyone else? Okay, I'm gonna warn you that just because we're a little bit over 15 minutes early, we're not getting out 15 minutes early. As I said, the staff does an amazing job preparing for these meetings. Therefore, we have lightning round questions. Is what I'll call them. They call them back pocket, but these are questions that were not in your packets. So these were some of the questions that we said, okay, that's too many questions. And so, yeah, but you can get the first answer. Okay, so these are questions that we didn't leave in the packet because we didn't think we'd have time. But because you're here, I'm going to ask some of these questions. We'll probably get to one of them, really. And see what your responses are. I know it's very, spur of the moment. You didn't have time to research these, so you're not on the spot, except that if you don't answer this one, I've got multiple others. So take your chances. And Art gets to go first, no matter what I ask. No, I won't do that. But.
No, that's fine. You can ask whatever you want, but I'm going to respond with the answer that I was going to provide, no matter what your question is.
Do you have a comment that you'd like to make before I ask the question?
Yes, I do, if I may.
You may.
Actually, I want to go back to Helen's point about social media. And if you guys, are you familiar with the NGO in Sweden called ChemSet? Have you seen the videos on YouTube? Yeah. They're hilarious. And they really gets the message across about, safe chemistry versus hazardous chemicals. And the one that I really love is on flame retardants and the selection of flame retardants for, I think, furniture, right, Helen? So they put it, the video concept was, the idea is that there's a dating site for matching up chemicals with, applications, and then it's just like regular dating site. They talk, so if you haven't seen that video, please go look at it. And I'll give you the same answer no matter what question you ask.
That video.
Yeah.
Or you'll have a video for it. Okay, so the first question I've got is, how might we better identify and engage with small businesses and innovators, either developing or positioned to develop safer alternative chemicals and or products? How might we encourage these entities to engage with us early and throughout our process? And our answer applies, show them videos, but.
No, actually, I do have an answer. And it's actually something that's been shown to be really effective. It's what the organization Change Chemistry has done, during their annual Innovators Roundtable, is to have a specific session that's set up for pitches that are, pitches by startup companies in terms of safer, more innovative chemistry. So you can do the same thing for what you're asking. And actually, another way of doing it is kind of what predecessors for Change Chemistry has done when it was GC3. It's to have some kind of things like preservative challenge, where startups then come with ideas that's different from how a big company might be thinking in terms of protecting the legacy products.
Thank you. Heather, go ahead.
And I'll add to that, as a participant in one of those pitches from a small manufacturer. I mentioned this earlier. The challenge was the validation work hadn't yet been done by the supplier of that material. So if there were a mechanism to fund that sort of applications work up front, that makes it a lot more appealing for a smaller company to take the risk before they formulate a product with a new preservative and then it fails preservative efficacy testing.
Thank you. Ellen.
Now that I'm at a very tiny company, I can now say that actually the biggest barrier for me on a lot of these things is just knowing that the programs exist, because half the time I just don't have any visibility to it. And I find out about it too late when awards are being made. And so two things that would be very helpful is to just have better outreach through whatever's the appropriate way of reaching that kind of startup. Right. So there's different kind of classes of products and whatever. And so trying to get the word out and sort of related to that would be rolling events as opposed to one big thing, because I missed the deadline on a thing that was in September. And then I was like, too bad. But there's another program where it's rolling every quarter. And so I missed the September, but I can catch the November. So that, because I don't have a full-time person that I can say, oh, please watch this website for when things happen, right? That's not a luxury I have. And so just getting the information in a timely way is actually my primary barrier.
Thank you. And does anyone online? Did not see a flicker across the screen if anyone had it. Saskia.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk, but okay. So echoing what Helen said, so my initial job at Ecology was as the green chemistry scientist. My job was to try to mainstream green chemistry. In Washington, there's not a lot of chemical manufacturers, but there are a few startups. So one of the things that I did in my role is that I emailed them a lot about different opportunities. And actually, two of the Washington startups ended up being international champions of green chemistry innovation challenges. And so I do think that type of effort, you mentioned creating a new GC3 or change chemistry effort, connecting the startups to that. If there's ways to subsidize some of the costs, or, if it comes to California, making sure that all the Californians know about that conference and try to figure out what barriers there are for them to actually come to that conference so they can actually network and learn more about the resources that would be relevant to them is really something that sometimes doesn't cost a lot of money, but I do think it makes a big difference for those individual companies.
Yeah, I want to add to that. So for example, in the battery space today, was supposed to be in Vegas because there's the Advanced Battery Conference going on in Vegas right now. That would be a great place if you want to talk to battery startups. It would be to be in Vegas, have somebody in Vegas today. It's just an example, but go meet people where they are, meet the startups where they are.
Expos.
Okay,
Have a booth at the expos.
Yes, absolutely.
You think SCP should have a booth at an expo?
Depends on the expo.
It's the PFAS alternative expo.
Okay, we have time for another question. And this time I'll read the question. I've got a response. And then everyone else can chime in. I won't put you on as quick a spot this time. But I went with the other one first because it tied directly into what Tim had been talking about. So we thought it would be a good one. So the next question is, why do some companies or brands offer both green and non-green product lines?
Because they want to stay in business, sorry.
Exactly.
Sorry.
If a company has both lines available, why is there still a need for the non-green line? Why aren't safer chemistries applied across the entire brand? And I could be long-winded and say, if you all having to respond, I could probably take up 10 minutes. I will try not to. But I've got a few responses on this, and they were ones that by chance, some of these Andre and I were talking about at lunch. So I'll give you an example. SC Johnson owns a brand called Windex, which most of you are probably familiar with. SC Johnson is very aware of the plastics issue globally. We sponsor a number of outreaches regarding it. So part of our Windex line is now available in packaging that is created from ocean-bound plastic. So ocean-bound plastic is plastic that has been used once, discarded, and is somehow making its way to one of the oceans to pollute the oceans, get pounded up into microplastics and end up in people's brains, whatever. But plastics are an issue. So for some Windex bottles, and you'll see they will talk about having ocean-bound plastic as the bottle. We use that ocean-bound plastic, and we use it in other places. We have people gather that. It helps those communities because it's employment in those communities. And then it comes back to us. We have the capacity to then take that plastic, purify it, grind it up, pelletize it, and create new Windex bottles. So that Windex is slightly different because now you've got a different packaging for it. So you have to evaluate, does your preservative still work in that packaging? But we have Windex ocean-bound plastic. We have regular Windex still because we can't convert enough ocean-bound plastic. So would it be great if there was enough? It wouldn't actually be great if there was enough ocean-bound plastic. It would be nice if there was no ocean-bound plastic. But right, there are supply chain issues. There's also the question of, is green always safer than non-green? So if you look at our website, you can see our chairman, Fisk Johnson, talking about for fragrance chemicals, if you wanted, say, a rose fragranced product, is it safer to use that green natural rose fragrancing components, which does have a lot of allergens and the such in it, or to synthetically just have the portions that really cause the fragrance that people know and make sure that there are no byproducts within that, get a relatively pure chemical, which is greener and which is safer. It's an interesting question, and you have to think about it. But there's also, we own multiple brands. So we in the past here had invited a research person from the Method Company to talk to the panel. SC Johnson now owns Method as a company. Method is perceived as greener because they use a lot more botanical, a lot more naturally derived ingredients than the corresponding SC Johnson, where we're using, in a lot of cases, a synthetic material that we know the purity of. Is it safer? No, they're both held to the same safety standard, but one of those brands is considered greener by the public. And that's why we would have both brands. So it's what does the public want? What does the public need? What's availability? You might have price point issues around it. You might have a legacy brand that isn't considered green right now, but it's what people can afford and what people expect to have to use. Heather.
Great. And I loved everything you said. And I'd add to that I suspect that there are brands that wouldn't be considered greener that have products in a product line that would potentially even meet a third-party certification criteria, and vice versa, right? A greener, cleaner brand that might have products that don't meet what those classification criteria are. And so funds might limit that depending on your definition. If your definition is a certification, that might have just simply been a funding decision of, well, we're going to certify our top selling SKUs because we know that that will make a market difference.
Anyone else? Anyone online?
Can I ask a follow-up?
Absolutely.
So earlier on, someone had mentioned something about supply chain, and I was going to ask a question about it, but it seems like it really fits in here. We've heard from certain companies that in the regulatory response phase for spray foam insulation, that whatever comes out of our green chemistry fund, there needs to be enough supply. And I kind of wrestle with that because we in our seats are not actually going to help fund commercialization and scaling. And so I'm curious if there are ways that you all can think of that SCP can also help in the supply of these safer alternatives that may eventually be achieved. If they are not in enough quantity, then they're not going to adopt them. They are big, big companies, and they want to spread their whatever the safer alternative is through their supply chain. And should we consider funding that? Perhaps maybe another question for you in the green chemistry and engineering innovation space.
Anyone? Molly.
This came up also in these conversations around substitution planning in Europe, and I think in terms of these collaborative innovation opportunities and challenges, that it's really important to include the whole ecosystem of the chemical industry in it. The startups might have incredible ideas of the innovations, but you need the larger conglomerates to scale it. And so, to have both involved in the challenge, I think is important. It's come up a lot in the conversations around alternatives development in the EU. And unfortunately, many of these, the large scale chemical industry are own the incumbents, that are still on the market. But in fact, they are still part of the solution with regard to scaling the alternatives. And so involving them alongside startups that might have the innovation ideas is part of the whole ecosystem to get to the safer alternative in the end, in terms of the scale necessary to infuse the market needs.
Thank you, Molly. Helen.
To your question about funding commercialization, from a practical perspective, what I'm finding is that going from grams to kilograms is a very hard step, and it's below kind of the threshold for maybe some venture and some other funding, but it's above what you can get out of a green chemistry grant. So it's just a comment that there's a chasm that you were talking about. There's a gap between what you can do in the sort of grams, tens of grams. Yay, it works. It fits all of these great criteria. But in order to be commercialized, not in a ton per year, you go through this phase of needing to do tens of kilograms to get it qualified or get it certified, to get it tested. That's actually surprisingly hard, practically speaking. So just food for thought as you're thinking about it. It may not be a full commercialization to tons per year, but maybe there's a bridge somehow to go from a lab to something that could in fact be tested and certified. Something to think about.
Thank you. We're going to go to Tim, then we're going to go to Alex, and I'm going to say thank you again to Saskia while I have the floor. Tim?
I'm just going to, these are all, thank you for that. It was a really helpful response. And I don't claim to know a lot about kind of the commercialization area, but it did strike me that this conversation, in a sense, could have come full circle in that before we were talking about regulation, right? And then the question was, how can you drive innovation with non-regulatory approaches? And of course, the Green Chemistry Fund and all these other things are those efforts. But then I wonder in the right circumstances whether there's a connection again at the other end where, if there was a regulatory requirement to adopt a safer alternative that was to be phased in over time, so as to create a market that would draw in folks who would do that sort of work because they saw an opportunity to sell this product or whatever. I think that's also, so, maybe there's a carrot, maybe there's a stick that drives commercialization. I don't think that would always work. It would have to be right. And obviously the regulatory requirements would have to be met for you to use that authority. But I think in the right circumstances, you might see you have that flexibility, I think, to maybe bring the regulatory stick around. And I think there was some stuff in the REACH authorization guidance that talked about this very question about when you are, oh God, I forget exactly what they said, but it was something like when you're making the judgment about whether there's a viable alternative, that you don't think about just this moment, but you also think about the likelihood that the material would be available at scale within a certain time frame, and you could take that into account. So I think a similar principle might work here as well.
Really quick.
Yeah, just really quick. This strikes me as an issue that might end up getting resolved through some kind of agency report making a recommendation and then the legislature getting hold of it. So as you're thinking about whether there's something there, that would probably be a potential strategy.
Thank you. Okay, over to Alex.
Right. Well, it is break time. We've been doing for a while, so it'll be good to stretch our legs, get the blood flowing. And how about we come back at 3:20? We'll start. Enjoy your break. Yeah. I would like a bell. A nice little bell.
I know I need a cup.
Make the toast with a paper cup.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Yes.
Okay, fabulous.
Yeah, I think that's the old way of doing it.
Alrighty, we are all back. I am going to be passing it straight off to our next presentation, and that is going to be presented by the supervisor of the Toxicology and Exposure Unit, Natalie Mann, on she would be discussing how new approach methods can be integrated, how SCP can integrate the new approach methods into our program. So, Natalie, off to you.
Thanks, Alice. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
You all hear me? Okay. Paul, did you want me to share? Will you be sharing? I can't share right now, it seems like, because someone else is sharing. Oh, you want to go ahead?
Good for you. If you'd like us to drive for you, we can do that. Or if you want to share, you can share also.
Okay. I'm happy to share. Let me go ahead and just share from my screen so that I can progress on the slides. You. Okay.
I believe, Natalie, you're in Washington, D.C., right?
I am in D.C. And it is very nice over here right now. It's not raining today.
About to attend the E2 conference. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, I've been there all day today. I got to fangirl over Meg Whitaker this morning. That was really nice. But yeah, it's been good. And actually, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. But I'm excited to chat with you all about new approaches and methodologies. And the lighting in the hotel room is a little bit wonky, so apologies for that as well. And I believe I'm the last talk you all have today. So I'll try and make this as minimally painful as possible. and let's dive in. Let's see, can you see my slides progressing?
Yes.
Great. So I will be talking about new approaches and methodologies today. And let's dive in. What are new approach and methodologies, or NAMs? They are non-animal testing methods that provide mechanistic insights to supplement traditional toxicology. For example, experimental animal data. NAMs typically fall into three categories: in vitro, which are experiments using cell cultures or tissues to study cellular responses to chemicals, such as liver cell metabolism or skin cell irritation or sensitization. In chemical, which are studies focused on chemical reactivity without using biological materials, such as protein binding to predict allergenic risks. And in silico, which are computational tools or models to predict toxicity or exposure pathways. And together, in combination with other types of tools and evidence, these approaches can offer a wide comprehension for hazard assessment. So, why are NAMs needed? Take this glacier image, which illustrates the unknown territory of chemical risks, encompassing hazards and exposures. The tip represents a small fraction of chemicals with well-characterized risks. Beneath the surface, the submerged portion represented the thousands of chemicals with limited or no data. According to the European Environmental Agency in 2020, only about 500 chemicals are sufficiently regulated with comprehensive, robust data. Approximately 10,000 chemicals have risks that are fairly well characterized, while 20,000 chemicals rely on limited data, often from modeling or qualitative screening. The largest group, 70,000 chemicals, lack meaningful hazard and exposure data, though they do likely contribute to overall chemical risks. These data gaps pose challenges for hazard identification, as new chemicals are developed faster than they can be assessed. Traditional toxicology testing, while foundational, is costly, time-intensive, and heavily reliant on animal testing. NAMS potentially offers a faster ethical solution by using methods like in vitro, in chemical, and in silico tools, like I mentioned, to screen and prioritize chemicals, and aligning with the 3 R's of predictive toxicology, which are reducing reliance on animal testing, refining methods for better precision, and replacing traditional tests altogether with innovative approaches. So here are some examples of NAMs used by U.S. regulatory agencies, such as EPA, FDA, and the National Toxicology Program, NTP, that are currently accepted. For acute dermal toxicity testing, the method now reduces testing to once instead of both, the same animal tested at increasing doses, reducing the overall number of animals needed. Acute inhalation toxicity testing refines the process by starting with fewer animals and adding more only if necessary to determine the LC50. Lastly, in vitro dermal absorption methods now replace animal testing by using human skin models instead of testing on shaved animal backs. But while NAMs do hold great promise, there are still many limitations that require careful consideration in their application. For one, their predictive accuracy can struggle to capture complex biological contexts. Many models may not capture real-world variability, such as co-exposures and specific receptor characteristics. Other issues involve the consistency of data quality and standardization, as well as uncertainty in how NAMs may assess the combined effects of multiple chemicals, like aggregate and cumulative exposures, as well as their uncertainty in predicting the complexity of chemical mixtures in the human body. So there's a lot of challenges regarding NAMs, and they do underscore a need for continued validation and refinement. But NAMs still remain valuable tools for hazard assessment. Within our SDP framework, NAMs can be integrated into various stages of the process, particularly in hazard screening and identification. In our candidate chemicals phase, NAMs can be used to evaluate mechanistic evidence to prioritize chemicals and predict hazard traits for data polar chemicals. In the product chemical combination phase, NAMs may link hazard traits to chemicals to specific product uses and assess the hazards and risks of potentially regrettable substitutes. In our AA, our alternative analysis phase, NAMs could potentially support the evaluation of safer alternatives by modeling environmental fate and exposure potential, ensuring a full life cycle perspective, which sounds like it's been a recurring discussion topic today. So today I'll highlight several NAMs tools currently being explored in our program. I'll be providing news talks updates for exposure modeling, discuss quantitative structure activity relationship QSAR models for predicting hazards for data poor chemicals. And then lastly, I'll highlight the use of key characteristics, KCs, of toxicants, which can be used to systematically organize evidence in hazard screening. So the first NAMs tool today is News Talks. Earlier this year, we presented the News Talks tool at our June GRAS meeting. And today I'll share some updates. As a quick recap for some of our panel members, News Talks assesses chemical distribution in the environment and evaluates direct and indirect exposure potential from product use and supports the life cycle assessments of chemical impacts. In our collaboration with the University of Michigan, we use News Talks to explore the impacts of bisphenol A, BPA, in children's toys and parabens in personal care products. Since our June 2024 GRAS presentation, we've made some significant progress with News Talks. Manuscript on BPA and its alternatives in toys is nearing submission, and another one exploring cumulative exposure to parabens and endocrine disrupting chemicals is also in progress. We've also launched a case study comparing exposure to parabens versus exposure to alternative preservatives in lotions. So that work is ongoing. In addition, other projects we have going on is the integration of News Talks findings in our nail products lab study, as well as exploring the utility of this tool to do early screening of different chemicals and product ingredients for potential hazards. Our next tool is QSARs. I mentioned previously this stands for Quantitative Structure Activity Relationships. They are a type of computational model, and their utility is in predicting a chemical's biological or chemical activity based on molecular structure. The way these models work is that they help predict hazard potential for chemicals within the same family or group, even with limited data, by identifying structural patterns or moieties associated with particular activity. So SCP is currently collaborating with the Office of Environmental Health and Hazard Assessment, OEHA, to apply QSAR modeling to quaternary ammonium compounds, QACs, to better understand their hazard profiles. QACs are characterized by a central nitrogen atom bonded to 4 distinct cluster of atoms. With their structural variations, there are groups influencing their physical, chemical, and toxicological properties. Over the next couple of slides, I'll provide an overview of our QACs project and the next steps in our collaboration. So QACs are widely used in cleaning and personal care products, with their use surging during the COVID-19 pandemic, which increased inhalation exposure risks for essential workers and the general public. Once absorbed, QACs have varied distribution across the different organs, which adds complexity to their exposure and toxicity. And despite their widespread use, while some QACs like benzyl ammonium chloride, BAC, are well studied, the majority of the group lack comprehensive data and remain poorly characterized. So in an attempt to begin addressing these challenges, SCP used mental data to develop a list of approximately 260 QACs identified in consumer products. as shown in this graph. In contrast, from the previous graph, this slide provides a breakdown of available data on the quacks from that same informational list, building on that earlier glacier analogy. While the total number of quacks or chemicals is known, in this case, many key parameters on the y-axis remains poorly characterized. For example, for any toxicological value, only 57 quacks have any available toxicological data. Exposure prediction. Data is only available for 49 chemicals, making exposure modeling a challenge. Reference values, which are critical for regulatory thresholds, but they're only defined for 12 of these chemicals. So to address these data gaps, SCP and OEHA are collaborating on several initiatives, which include predicting toxicity for data poor quacks to support prioritization. This is where the QSAR modeling comes in. Classifying quacks into hazard categories based on their structural features and predicted toxicological profiles, more QSARs. Identifying key structural characteristics that may influence toxicity, and this could help us anticipate potential hazards. Predicting ADME, absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion of data poor chemicals to assess potential bioaccumulation or rapid clearance, which are human health implications. Finally, refining toxicokinetic models to support structural docking studies to better understand those molecular interactions. The goal is to use the well-established known anchor chemicals, the anchor quacks, to do extrapolation to data poor chemicals within the same group, within the same class. So hopefully ongoing work on this front would be used alongside other streams of evidence to ensure a more holistic hazard assessment. So the previous NAMS tools focused on exposure estimation and chemical structures. Now I'm going to shift to a more mechanistic approach with key characteristics, KCs, which I'm very excited about. KCs are biological or chemical mechanisms linked to adverse health outcomes, such as cancer, reproductive toxicity, or endocrine disruption. They are used currently to systematically organize mechanistic evidence to support hazard identification. Think of KCs as puzzle pieces. Each piece represents a clue, like DNA damage or hormone disruption. Individually, they provide some partial insight into a chemical hazard, but together they form a clearer picture of a chemical overall potential for hazard. This framework improves our understanding of how chemicals can cause harm at the cellular and tissue level. And so they're a very useful tool in that sense. The first KCs developed were the 10 KCs for cancer, developed by an IARC work group in 2012. These included mechanisms like oxidative stress and DNA damage, which are linked to key pathways in carcinogenesis. IARC has since used KCs. Within IARC, they've used KCs to refine carcinogen identification, and have used KCs and other mechanistic data to reclassify and elevate some of these chemicals as needed. Martin Smith, a major advocate of KCs, emphasized that California's toxicological hazard rates inspired the development of KCs, and the goal was to aim to create KC frameworks for all hazard traits identified under the green chemistry regs. Today, the KC framework has expanded beyond cancer to include other health outcomes such as reproductive toxicity, male and female, immunotoxicity, endocrine disruption, hepatotoxicity, and cardiovascular toxicity. Neural toxicity is currently under development as well, but that framework is also being researched. Beyond IARC, other entities are also employing KCs in their hazard ID assessments. We are currently applying KCs to support evidence of male reproductive toxicity for butylparaben in our assessment of this chemical and leave-on products. KCs are used to review and organize literature and identify mechanistic evidence like alterations in hormone levels or oxidative stress that can support butylparaben's hazard traits. So combined with other lines of evidence from animal studies and epi data, KCs can help assess toxicity more accurately. Because KCs can offer insights into characteristics that make a chemical hazardous, they can also now potentially be used to guide the design of safer alternatives by identifying structural features linked to male reproductive toxicity to enable the selection of alternatives without those potential traits. This, in a bigger long-term goal, can support safer products. So here is a hypothetical case study demonstrating the integration of all three tools I just went over into one of SCP's product chemical combinations. Our case study here focuses on triphenyl phosphate, a TPHP, plasticizer used in nail products linked to reproductive and developmental toxicity. KCs can systematically organize and evaluate evidence of toxicity, confirming TPHP's hazard traits. QSAR models can flag structural similarities and potential alternatives, helping to prioritize. And finally, UseTox can simulate scenarios such as inhalation and dermal contact during nail product application to assess likelihood of risk to humans and the environment for TPHP as well as its alternatives. This kind of approach could ensure a comprehensive evaluation and potentially reduce the likelihood of regrettable substitutes. So lastly, as we look toward the future, this is a proposed phased approach outlining how NAMs can play an increasingly impactful role in the SCP framework while addressing their challenges and validation needs. So right now, phase 1, NAMs are currently being used to help organize and evaluate data for chemicals with established hazard traits. Like I mentioned, for example, KCs are used to streamline literature reviews as seen with butylparaben and support identifying hazards for chemicals with known properties. Our next steps, phase 2, will be to expand NAMs to screen and prioritize more chemicals, flag those with similar hazard traits, and provide tools and training for broader adoption. This may be where our collaboration with OEHA and other external parties could assist in refinement of methods, potentially for harmonization, or at the very least, ensure consistent hazard identification. And then in phase 3, looking ahead, validated NAMs would eventually become predictive tools to fill data gaps, extrapolate across chemical groups, add to the weight of evidence already known, and potentially be used to support evidence on known hazard traits with a given list of alternatives in AA. So, in summary, navigating these tools appropriately would be a critical step forward in advancing science-based proactive approaches to chemical safety, which would enable us to better protect human health and the environment. So that's it. I'd like to acknowledge the incredible contributions of our team members and our collaborators, including Lynn Nakayama Wong, Lei Huang, and Michelle Romero, as well as Jennifer Shea, Scott Coffin, and Anatoly Soshilov. And thank you for your time today. Here's my contact info, and I will defer back to Paul to pose the questions for discussion with the panel.
Thank you, Natalie. Very well done. Before we go to the questions, again, does anyone have any clarifying questions for Natalie before we move on to the charged questions? Kelly.
Yeah, I just have a quick one. I haven't run across KCs before, and I'm just wondering if they've been developed for any ecotoxicology endpoints, especially aquatic toxicology.
Thanks, Kelly. From what I understand, right now they're tackling the toxicological human health hazard traits. I'm assuming that's because those are maybe potentially more fleshed out in terms of hallmarks. But no, I haven't seen any for ecotox myself either.
Thank you.
Anyone else? No? Okay, then let me look up, okay. So, can I let Jen, would you be able to read the questions again?
Sure, happy to do
Context?
And I will also defer to Natalie if you want to give any context to your questions, because Natalie and her team are really responsible for this particular part of today. So what additional tools, dashboards can complement DAMs in hazard assessment? What lessons can we learn from the ways NAMs have been applied successfully? What best practices should SCP adopt when incorporating NAMs into our process? How might SCP effectively address uncertainties in NAMs predictions? And how might SCP support responsible entities to incorporate NAMs in their evaluations of potential alternatives? And what resources or trainings would be most effective? Natalie, do you want to give any context or add anything, any color to those questions?
Sure. So with the first question, when we're talking about what additional tools or dashboards can complement these dams, I think we're looking to identify potential resources that could enhance our current utility of NAMs that we're currently using, like in terms of if there's any knowledge of tools to address data gaps, cumulative and aggregate exposures. That kind of knowledge could enhance the way the current tools that we're using in our SCP framework.
So what we're going to do this time to keep you all guessing is I heard multiple comments that you appreciated being able to respond to any question, to all the questions, because there were times where you thought about the questions more holistically, and breaking up your answer one by one was more time consuming, whereas if you could answer them holistically, then that was preferable. So we're going to give it a try again. You did very well last time. What I will ask again, and I will tell you that the questions are written out on page 6, because the slide only has 3 of the 5. So page 6 of your background document does also have the questions. So if you would do us the favor, and Alex and Kyle have agreed to help me, as they always do with this. We're going to try and keep track and make sure none of the questions are just totally glossed over, missed, and we'll go back to those if they are. But so in answering, if you could let us know which of the questions you're really kind of focusing on, and then I will let you answer as you see fit, because you did so well last time at it. So you are free to raise your cards, and we'll get started. Or if you're virtual, you don't have to raise cards. You can just raise your hands. Okay, we'll let you start us off, Mateo. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think I have some thoughts, mostly about question 4 or 5. How to address uncertainties in NAMs predictions. To me, I think the use of NAMs is very much tied to your point of view on data gaps and how you treat data gaps. And so I would recommend to kind of start with defining the methodology that you use to evaluate chemicals and how do you treat data gaps, and then how can you use NAMs as a way to fill data gaps, right? That's the way that I would go about it. And I think, it's really important to kind of come up with that framework first that you use, rather than, trying to fit the tools to find a problem for the tool after the fact, right? So especially, when it comes to supporting responsible entities, right? We had some discussion earlier about how currently there isn't a lot of clear guidance what frameworks and methodologies responsible entities should use to evaluate hazard, for example, right? I think that kind of needs to come first before you give guidance on NAMs, right? Because again, like unless you define, this is how we would like you to evaluate data gaps and count data gaps versus known hazards, right? Like this, that will inform, how you use NAMs to fill data gaps. So I think I would recommend sort of starting with methodology first. Yeah.
Thank you. I have Art next.
Thank you. Let me start with question number 3. What best practices should SCP adopt when incorporating NAMs into our processes? I think a really important point to make here is transparency in application. So I think, what I've seen in the past is that, and from our own experience, is that successful application of NAMs, that only happens when you have well-documented uncertainty analysis, because that's going to really increase the decision makers. If you're making material selection decisions, the confidence in terms of NAMs actually being useful. So that's one point I want to make. Again, transparency in application, specifically well-documented uncertainty analysis. Another thing, question that was asked is related to what additional tools in terms of computational tools. I didn't see it on the presentation. Maybe I just completely missed it. But it's the use of the latest, in terms of like informatics, AI, or machine learning. So there are a couple of QSAR models out there, things like Opera, that it uses machine learning for predictive toxicology in terms of estimating points of departure for toxic endpoints. So I didn't see that. Maybe I just completely missed it in the presentation. So that's one thing that would be important to add. I have some of the comments, but I'll let others go, and I'll come back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who else? Anyone virtually? Natalie, go ahead.
I just wanted to go ahead and respond to Art's comment. We are aware of Opera QSARs and a few of the other AI-based logarithm models. I think the bandwidth, that's the goal, to interface AI and stay up to date with the level of NAMs at the federal level too. So that is something that we're considering based on the resources that we have available within the program.
That's really good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather.
I want to start by saying I'm definitely not an expert in KCs, and I'm sure there's other folks in the room who know a lot more about this topic. But I know that there's been some work done to map certain assays to certain KCs. So the information that's available, I think, in the ICE database. But whatever search criteria is used by the program, it would be really helpful to publish that for REs so that they could then duplicate that search. So that they could identify, potential male reproductive toxicants in the same manner that the program would be doing. And then similarly to I think what Art was saying in terms of transparency, I think developing guidelines on the strength of evidence as well as the confidence assessment for the use of this data would be really helpful, especially where there might only be KC data versus a different in vitro assay or animal data, and how folks should deal with conflicting evidence across the different types of data available.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kelly.
Oh, okay. I say I'm not a toxicologist. I have played one on TV or actually in paper. So I want to, but I work with toxicologists a lot, and I'm part of at the San Francisco Estuary Institute. I'm part of our emerging contaminants program, where we have a full-time toxicologist who works with us on data interpretation, and we just updated our strategy for interpreting, developing our program. So what are we going to monitor for, and how are we going to do data interpretation? And the latest update of that just came out a couple months ago. So we've been thinking about, part of that update is thinking about how we're going to do this. And I should also mention that in addition to thinking about NAMs, and so basically in vitro and in silico methods to support our data interpretation. We're also looking at non-targeted analysis data, so we're actually stretching in some pretty wild ways. But one of the biggest hindrances to our program is in terms of identifying which chemicals pose the greatest hazard to the San Francisco Bay aquatic ecosystem is the lack of toxicity data for aquatic organisms. So no surprise. So we're really thinking hard about how we can use these tools, and we've come up with a few thoughts. One is that we're using them to set priorities. So we're not saying this is a decision, but this will inform prioritization, say, in our case, for monitoring. We're really reliant on multiple lines of evidence. So we're trying to not make decisions based on a single line of evidence. We're preferring the in vitro data where there's some sort of adverse outcome pathway available to help with data interpretation, figure out what's going on there. We're very cautious about the in silico methods. So read across, not a little less, but a lot of the models, I've seen this myself, that people are misusing the models. So the training data set is nothing to do with the chemical they're trying to evaluate. So they're giving really wrong data. And that happened in the case of 6-PPD quinone. A consultant published a report that got widely repeated all over the place. It was just wrong. So that's something I'm really cautious about when it comes to REs and using some of these things. Having the training and ability to understand them is a pretty complicated kind of thing. So overall, my sense is it's very important as a tool. It's a test. We're kind of testing the waters and trying to understand what it means ourselves. And I'm glad that the state is also thinking about that too. I'm not familiar with KCs. I get the sense those are maybe allowing for a little more advanced interpretation on the human side than the aquatic toxicity side. And I just don't want to allow the environmental stuff, which is so limited in this area, to get totally left. Thanks.
Thank you, Kelly. Elaine, did I see you had your hand up?
Whoops.
Oh, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I mean, Kelly's comments were excellent. I guess I was thinking in terms of sort of I also love that you're doing these kind of case examples, and I think that's only really the only way you're to sort of figure out what makes sense for this kind of application and program. And it would almost be interesting with some AAs and things that you've already gotten in, where you could look at those and the data gaps or the things that are coming in, and see where, if you had almost use those themselves as case studies for what would that have looked like if you were using some of the different NAMs and and in vitro data and stuff. There is I'm sure you're probably familiar, but they're just in terms of what other jurisdictions have done and stuff. There was kind of a nice report, which may be very out of date now, but the Canadian Chemicals Management Program, and I looked it up now. I can't remember what year that report was that they worked on that. That was their November 2016 meeting, where they sort of talked about how they could be using NAMs. And I think that together then with the EPA sort of kicked off their accelerating the pace of chemical risk assessment activity that was done also jointly, EPA, Canada, and then EU, or maybe it was some, I can't remember which group in the AU, but there's that APCRA, those case studies and some of the things that came out of that are posted, so you can kind of see their journey and what kinds of examples and how they worked, kind of collaboratively on, identified common interests and common research questions to start exploring and using. And I think in that process, I mean, it's clear that just in the work that you've done, you've learned a lot and seen a lot. And I think the best way to go about it is to continue sort of down that path of doing these case examples. So yeah, and I guess I'm just going to add one thought on uncertainty and confidence, and and just sometimes I think that some of these semi-quantitative, especially with something like AA, where things are, there's so many steps and so many different factors that are of interest where information is needed and necessary to be able to weight, different options. I would just, I'm not saying that we don't have to be careful and very transparent about the what we know and what we don't know, and how much some of the models are, what the foundation of that is. And I mean, I'll just give you the example of PFAS, where if you're going to start trying to use models that want something on phys chem properties, when those are very difficult, we're having, they can't even be, people can't even measure them in the same way that they have for a lot of different compounds. There's clearly uncertainties, and there's clearly things that need to be transparently addressed. But I just hope that people can, and this comes up too when you start thinking about machine learning and things like that. There are ways to use information to really build strength that are really valuable and really important, and sort of take us down a slightly different path than what we're comfortable with, or that traditionally has focused on this very mechanistic understanding. And I just hope that we don't undervalue that.
Thank you, Elaine. Natalie, you had another comment?
I did. I had a few comments, and there's a lot of thoughts going in my head, and I don't want to take up too much time from the panel, but to address some of the points for transparency, I think, what we're trying to do with these NAMs, from what we can do and incorporate into our framework in terms of transparency, I think I can't remember who spoke, because I'm trying to associate voices with names, and the room is very small to me over there. But we're going to try to publish what NAMs we incorporate into which profiles and which projects that we're doing to increase the exposure to our work in here, to make sure we're transparent. And then to the other thought that both Elaine and Kelly addressed, I think the weight of evidence approach in terms of transitioning and using NAMs is the best way, the most certain way to reduce uncertainty. I think it's not going to be, I don't know if it ever will be a primary line of evidence, but right now with the KCs, we're using it almost as a proof of principle, and using it with butylparaben, which has known established toxicity endpoints and hazard traits, to reiterate that, the KCs, which are associated with certain different types of assays as well, like high throughput screening assays, that it's kind of a feedback loop where the endpoints of a known male reproductive toxicant reestablishes the KCs, which then also circles back and potentially could be applied in a recross, or not recross, but applied to other male reproductive toxicants as well, to continue to confirm and validate these methods. But it's going to be a weight of evidence approach to validate these methods. That was it.
Someone else had a hand up in the panel. Emma?
Yeah, thank you. I was just thinking a little bit about engagement with other organizations as you proceed down this pathway, because a lot of people are trying to decide how they're incorporating NAMs and how much weight in a decision those NAMs should have. I agree with the comments from Elaine pointing to examples by other groups like Accelerating Pace of Chemical Risk Assessment. You mentioned in your presentation that you've been working with experts in OEHA, and I think that's what I want to sort of emphasize is staying in touch with others who are doing this work and using them as peers to help you. So whether that's OEHA, whether that's some of the experts in the computational toxicology group at EPA, whether that's APCRA or other organizations, professional societies, and of course, the pharmaceutical industry has been doing a lot of work in this space, especially in the in silico arena for many, many years. So I think it's just important to have peer contacts that allow you to review each other, explore ideas, innovate because you are consulting one another, advising one another. It can kind of keep you on the right track, but encourage you to innovate, not to be too scared as other people work through this. And so I was wondering also if it's worth your trying to establish some kind of peer group, subcommittee, something in this area. Those of us on the panel here today who've touched this have, touched it in sort of very specific or very general ways. And I don't know everybody's expertise. If we as a panel are going to bring you the advice you need here, or if you need some very specific practitioners from a diverse group of organizations to help work with. So that was a little bit long-winded because I'm formulating the idea in my head at the same time, but I'd be happy to follow up with you if you'd like. Thanks.
Kelly.
Yeah, I couldn't be more perfect timing because I put my slide back up because I had exactly the same thought and wanted to specifically mention and show gratitude to Derek Muir from Environmental Climate Change Canada, who's been very helpful for us on this, and Dan Villeneuve from EPA. The Great Lakes region has spent a lot of effort thinking about these things, and they've both been incredible advisors to our program in figuring out this part of our strategy. Steve Corsi has also been involved, but he's retiring this month. And our toxicologist, Dr. Ezra Miller, he might be also helpful if you're having any conversations around this. Just to bring in the eco part of that discussion.
I have a quick comment on this question. How might SCP support responsible entities? And I'm going to digress here because we have plenty of time. So in many cases with NAMs, especially small businesses, but many businesses look at these and they find regulatory bodies don't accept them. So we have a very large portion of our business that doesn't apply to SCP. We sell FIFRA registered products, insect repellents, and pesticides, insect killers. We have a large number of in-house developed in silico methods. We do a whole lot of in vivo. We make every effort to avoid in vivo when we can for various reasons. When it comes to repellency, if we can predict before we go out in the field and have someone potentially exposed to West Nile, we would rather do that. If we can avoid killing an animal to test for toxicology, we would prefer to do that. The issue being US EPA under FIFRA cannot accept those studies. So they become predictors only for us to say, okay, well, no, this one fails our predictor. We're not going to go and do the full thing. But if we actually want to sell that product, we're going to end up doing those standard tests. So you can't fill the gaps without the real data in cases like that where another agency doesn't allow you to do so. So I think in a lot of cases, and in this one again, it doesn't apply to SCP because you don't have the regulatory authority to regulate those products. But if there's a case where you can work with a responsible entity who has developed those, and many of the smaller companies won't because it's expensive to develop. But if you can work with them and throw kind of some scientific authority behind okay, yeah, let's maybe go talk to EPA together, or we'll throw our weight behind that it seems to be a viable method. It's just a thought. I don't know if it would work or what it would cost resource-wise to your staff, but that's why I think a lot of companies don't do it. Because the end goal is to have a product out on the shelf. And if you can't use it to get your product out on the shelf, now if it's an internal safety evaluation, that's perfect. But when you've got to be an outward facing, then you need to have something accepted. I see something in the chat. I don't know if someone raised their hands or. Nope. Okay, I just wasn't sure if that's what I was saying. What else do we have? Art has something? Kelly says Art says something, so. And it's about a video.
Well, since you're digressing from the charge questions a little bit, let me also do the same thing. So when it comes to NAMs and what I mentioned about informatics, things like AI, machine learning, and big data analysis, I think you can do more than just using those tools to try to predict or estimate hazard or toxicity. So another way of using informatics is, and again, I'm going to do a little plug here. So this paper was published 2 weeks ago, and the paper itself is in the MIS, Journal MIS Energy and Sustainability. And the title of the paper is Building a Roadmap for Safer and Sustainable Materials Chemistry, Addressing the PFAS Problem Through Informatic and Data-Driven Chemistry. And so what we've done here is actually using informatics to build an accelerated data-driven framework for designing safer material chemistry that can ensure both technical functionality and provide a holistic approach to sustainability, including hazard. So thank you for letting me digress in the charge questions.
Yep, absolutely. I think all the information that we are talking about is very useful to the staff. So I'm going to go back to the charge questions briefly and see if anyone has anything to say about question 2. What lessons can we learn from the way NAMs have been applied successfully? And I'm going to ask Natalie if you can give us some context around that as to what you're looking for with that question. That would be great.
Sure, I can elaborate. I'm thinking along the lines of framework development or cross-sector insights. Like what element, when I'm thinking of successful NAMs that have been applied successfully, I'm thinking about Talks 21, the context dashboard, and how that's I learned today actually at the P2, which I hadn't realized there's something called SNAP now at EPA, which is Significant NAM New Approach Program, which is a program I'm not as familiar with. But what elements make these kind of applications successful, and how could those elements translate to SCP's context? I don't know if that helped guide some of the question at all, but yeah.
Thank you, Natalie. So any thoughts on that? And Art, there is a request that you share that paper to the group if you can.
Oh, absolutely.
Is it the one you sent me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can share it with staff. And
anyone on that question with clarification?
could I just maybe add a little to what Natalie said?
Absolutely.
And maybe if you can think about, I really appreciated your example of how you have applied NAMs and the challenges and barriers that you've experienced. But if there are other examples of that where you know that people have been using NAMs successfully, even if there are challenges.
Does Molly have her hand up?
Yeah.
Good. Thank you, Kelly. Molly.
So interesting, Natalie, that you mentioned the SNAP program, because I don't think the acronym has anything to do with NAMS, but it's been a program, the Significant New Alternatives Policy Program, which has been used over the last 30 years to evaluate alternatives to ozone depleting agents. And so if it's come up in your conference, it would really be interested to hear and to learn more from EPA how they're utilizing NAMs in their evaluation of alternatives to ozone depleting agents. Because that sounds to me what the context of this is, unless they're reusing another acronym for a whole different program. But it would make sense that perhaps as EPA determines the legitimacy of an alternative to an ozone depleting agent, that they too are looking at the NAMS question and how they're actually applying it in that context.
Thank you, Molly. Anyone else? Heather, go ahead.
Perhaps this goes without saying, but the GHS revision 10 document has additional guidance on validated standalone methods for NAMs, as well as how they fit into the weight of evidence. So I would certainly take a look there.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to give everyone a little bit of time to think if you've got anything else, because we've got plenty of time. Tim.
I hesitate to talk since, I'm a lawyer, not a toxicologist, but I'm sure you guys have already talked to people who are in the new chemical review program at EPA and the ways in which they're using NAMs. But I know that when we did some research on that some years back, that there are, well, one thing is EPA's been using QSARs to make both prioritization and risk determination for new chemicals for decades. And my understanding was that over the last, 10 years or so, since, predictive tox, now NAMS, has kind of picked up steam, that they've been incorporating more sophisticated approaches in that program, not for risk evaluations, for the work plant chemicals, but for like the 90-day review for new chemicals where they have to make the decision a lot faster, right? And I think that's very much different than the pesticide review process that you've been talking about, Mike, in the sense that because they have regulatory requirements about which tests they have to use and standards they have to meet, and NACEGM's got to validate stuff and all that. But but this may all be useless because, I'm guessing you've already looked at those, but, I've always thought that, within that program, there's sort of a tension of folks who have always done it, their way, and then these newfangled NAMs coming in and a lot of unease about, will we miss something? But it seems to me that people were starting to, at least a faction of people were starting to realize that reliance on kind of conventional toxicological animal testing and some of the old form in vitro testing, which tends to be held out as the gold standard. Actually, we have no reason to believe it is the gold standard. And it may be that NAMs are actually ultimately a better way, not a supplement or, more economical substitute for conventional animal testing, but actually better than it substantively. And I just think it would be worthwhile, if you haven't already, kind of taking another dive into seeing how that new chemical review program has been doing it. And of course, the reference has already been made to the folks in ORD who have been kind of trying to figure out all different ways of using NAMs for decision-making as well as prioritization and screening and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so that's my 2 cents. But it seemed like when we looked at it, they were doing some awfully useful sort of approaches. And it might be worth taking another look if you haven't already. That's it.
Just want to add to Tim's comment about in vitro studies, that they're predictive in terms of, being scientifically defensible. Actually, a lot of work on that has been done, and I know SCP staff know about this. It's people like Thomas Hartown, who is one of the leading practitioners of computational toxicology, have published several papers showing that in vivo toxicity testing is not particularly predictive.
Yeah.
So just wanted to.
Thanks, Art.
Well, you're welcome, Carol.
Okay, does anyone else have any comments? Elaine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to follow on Tim's comment too, because I'm not a toxicologist, but although, I actually even did my PhD in a toxicology center, but
Yeah.
Why? Did somebody say why? But I agree. The idea that something's a gold standard because we're comfortable with it, and people have used it forever, is just something that to me that's a big barrier, the bigger barrier to acceptance than the quality or the relevance of the new data that are being collected. But Procter and Gamble was extremely involved in using a lot of the in vitro kinds of analyses and assays and things to evaluate chemicals. So they were definitely a leader in that area. And I'm blanking on everybody's names now, but there's definitely, I think there's probably more going on in some of the big companies in terms of actually using many of the in vitro kinds of assays to do screening of chemicals and that they're going to be putting into their products and when they're looking at alternatives. So, somehow for this program to be able to, support and advance the kinds of methods that do make it, cost and time efficient to be able to look at differences in the compounds that are being switched out could potentially be huge in terms of minimizing alternatives that end up being worse. My brain's freezing now too. And then, some of the assays, like depending on the endpoints that are of interest, like the zebrafish assays that people kind of think of as kind of these mid throughput assays are just unbelievable. And, sort of Robin Tanguay's work in applying those methods across very large sets of chemicals is, I think that's incredible work. So anyway, I think this is a really promising and exciting area. I think I heard somebody mention non-targeted. I think there's a lot of really exciting possibilities coming out that are just going to help everybody have more better data to be throwing at these big problems.
Thank you, Elaine. Anybody else? And I know we've had some people have to drop off already due to time differences, and I totally want to be respectful of that. So we'll end that portion of the discussion. I.e., you think you get to leave early. So the challenge is how long can we keep Mike talking?
No,
but I will not do so. So I just want to kind of review where we've been today. I think it was a very full day. I think you did an excellent job bringing up thoughts and topics for the agency to consider. I think the agency did a good job prepping everyone for that. We started out looking at Katie's vision to where she expects the program and DTSC as a whole to go, which is, I think, very helpful as a set for us. We've had Meredith for a while. Katie has a different mindset, and I think it's a very valid one and a great springboard for where the agency's been and where it's going. And then Robin told us, what's the status today? What's the update of what's going on? And she obviously did it thoroughly because no one challenged her on anything. But it was interesting to hear, how, we sit and think, oh, are they just going to sit and prepare for our next meeting? No, they've got a lot of balls that they are juggling all at once. They are keeping a lot of things going, which shows when we look at their report over their last 10 years, how much they've gotten done and how much more they've even thrown on their plate for right now. Obviously, it's a fun and exciting place for people to be. If you look at how few openings they have now, that vacancy rate is amazing. I look at our board, SC Johnson's usually a place people want to work, and we've got a much larger board of job openings at the moment. So you have to say, kudos to that, and it was well prepared. Then we turned and we looked kind of towards what's the future? Where does the agency want things to go? How should they do things going forward? What should they look at? And it was a good area for you guys to really help them explore. Do we want to hit safer? How do we promote NAMs? How do we create more demand for this? So it was more of a nebulous topic, and you guys did a great job exploring those points and bringing out some great ideas, which leads us then into tomorrow, where we're going to look at where has the agency been in the past? What have they learned from things that they've done, and how can they take that moving forward? So tomorrow we're going to see some interesting topics regarding what AAs have they seen? What are problems? Maybe what went well with them? I don't know if they've got that part, but what problems did they see? And then some of the programs they're working on to go forward to continue to drive this to be a leading program across the globe. Where are they taking these types of products? Because they know that if you can't sell it in California, you're not going to sell it in the US. Very few companies want to deal with that compartmentalized structure. So we've got a busy day for tomorrow. I will warn you, because the concept was to let people get to the airport on time for flights or to beat traffic going home, that you're going to have a little bit less time to talk, unless we choose to go late, which I don't think we will. But so tomorrow is going to be a busy day. We've only got 2 areas where we're going to talk. So bring your thoughts. You've got those questions. It should be pretty interesting. Again, thanks everyone for your openness and transparency with providing information to the agency. The address for those going to dinner is in your agenda. I think we're meeting at 5:45 instead of 6.
That was it.
Okay.
Or no.
So this way you will have time if you would like to go to your hotel and freshen up, maybe do some emails or work, maybe chat with your family, maybe clear your head totally, people who have brain fog, whatever, but it should be a good dinner. It's a very good restaurant. And then a reminder for tomorrow, we are not starting at 9 o'clock. We are starting at 8:30. So try and be here by then if you can. I think not everyone will be here. So as many people as can, that is great. Hopefully we'll have good virtual attendance as well. Thank you folks who were online, who stayed even later. I know it was really late for some of you and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you for those online who are not feeling well and stuck with us anyways. And unless anyone has anything else they really want to say, I'm going to say we're adjourned. Art, is there a video about this?
I can make one. No, just actually want to point out the excellent job that you did chairing the session by yourself, keeping us on track. Just really nice job, Mike.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, you guys tolerating my methodology for doing it. Okay, then we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Good to be with you all, even from afar. Thank you, Mike.